cinemas.
7 tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL NYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Noon bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
this is the brand new Aspirin Skins. Huh?
For the aspirants!
I will be the shadow behind her light.
And outshines the stars, Vexana.
Destiny aligns us under a shooting star. We are the aspirants.
Alright guys, so we are back to watch some more gameplays from the Future Pros tournament. As you can see right now, right, the meta right now is very interesting and down in the gold lane, because gold lane now consists of like the mage and the fighter, right? So we can see that nowadays people in the tournament is also using other than MM, right, non-MM gold lane. So let's see how they adapt the patch. It seems like they are adapting really well. And again, they are constantly sending out chips to just send the Bane in the fight. Sending the shark, Oh, nice. Now you can see that Mage Bane is really kind of strong in this meta. Thank you, Innocent, for creating this monster. My boy! My boy is Sky Piercing. Yeah, you can see that he's really using the Mage Bane really well. So it's good to see that people are adapting the meta quickly.
Okay guys, nama saya Lefel, saya dengan Zorn. Zorn, disebabkan kau pakai Fanny Roam, aku akan tanya kau, hero apa yang tak boleh jadi Roam? Kau diam je. Kalau ada hero yang kau tak boleh buat Roam, kau just cakap dah. Okay, kita start. Hayabusa. Mia. Leila. Saber. Okey, nampaknya memang semua hero dia boleh buat. Cik. Cik. Okey. Aku tanya Zorn, sekarang aku tanya kau, okey? Aku akan sebut hero-hero dekat dalam ML, okey? Kalau hero ni kau tak boleh pakai, kau terus cakap, okey? Fanny.
Aku pun tak boleh.
Alright, itu je. So Zorn boleh pakai semua, dia tak boleh Fanny. See you guys later.
Bila terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan, harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak sedang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama, lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Now swim my click, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rundung tak rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan, jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama, lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit. With just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playas. Predator Badlands in cinemas on 6 November. An action-adventure horror set in the future on a deadly remote planet. Predator Badlands follows a young predator outcast who finds an unlikely ally in Tia as he embarks on a treacherous journey in search of the ultimate adversary on the most dangerous planet in the universe where everything is trying to kill you. Catch Predator Badlands in cinemas 6 November. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Predator Badlands movie tickets for IMAX or 4DX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-16, hari terakhir regular season. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang hari ini. Dan semalam kita punya playoff slot nampak makin jelas dan juga ada beberapa pasukan yang terpaksa tamatkan perjalanan mereka di dalam MPL Malaysia. Hari ini mungkin kita boleh dapat tahu siapa yang akan jadi upper bracket seed kedua, and of course dalam masa yang sama hanya 1 tiket untuk playoffs yang tinggal. Pasukan Aero ataupun Untitled yang akan dapat last playoffs tiket tu kita boleh tahu sebentar lagi. Tapi tanpa membuang masa, mari kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini. Untuk match pertama, Monster Vicious menentang Todak. Monster Vicious sudah sah ke playoff semalam. Sasaran hari ini ialah upper bracket seed kedua. Tapi Todak bukan lawan yang mudah. Jadi the question is, bolehkah Monster Vicious kekalkan stabil dengan disiplin objektif dan tempo yang kemas? Ataupun Todak akan jadi penghalang sekali lagi di saat akhir? Untuk match kedua, SRG OG menentang Untitled. Untitled pegang nasib sendiri iaitu mendapatkan sekurang-kurangnya satu mata daripada SRG. Laluan playoffs masih lagi terbuka. Masalahnya, SRG tengah serious mode. Mereka jarang juga beri ruang percuma. Mampukah Untitled curi mata penting untuk cari laluan ke playoffs? And now, sepanjang MPL Malaysia tak ada tiebreaker match, mungkin hari ini adalah hari tiebreaker match. So melihat kepada situasi sesama, MPL Malaysia berpotensi kembalikan tiebreaker yang lama kita tak lihat. Dalam senario Monster Vicious kalah 0-2 dan Untitled menang 2-0 hari ini, kedudukan mata akan bertembung dan membuka ruang kepada three-way tiebreaker. Semuanya bergantung pada keputusan seterusnya. Itulah jadual untuk hari ini. Semua mata masih lagi penting. Untitled nak ke playoffs, Monster Vicious nak secure upper bracket, and of course, semungkin-mungkinnya Todak dengan SRG akan jadi roadblock terbesar. Ini adalah hari terakhir regular season kita, and of course Rose pun ada ini gaya kod kepada semua orang yang tengah tengok MPL Malaysia. You guys boleh isikan kod ini di dalam MLBB anda untuk mendapatkan in-game reward, and of course jangan lupa untuk saksikan MPL Malaysia live di YouTube MAL Malaysia, MLBB Esports, TikTok, Facebook dan juga Astro Arena. I'm pretty sure ramai penonton kita sudah nampak satu poster online di mana kita punya YouTube MPL MY is not doing the live stream, so tolong share kepada semua orang so semua orang boleh saksikan hari terakhir regular season. Rose dah tak sabar untuk mulakan hari ini, so tanpa membuang masa, mari let's show it to the casters. Let us see who is going to the upper bracket and who is going to playoffs. Casters, showing it to you guys.
Greetings everyone, welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 16, where we are in the last day of the regular season, week number 6, day number 3. But before we begin, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Saidadi, and together with me, we do have Sadafa, who's going to be accompanying you guys throughout the day. But Sadafa, after 6 weeks of grueling battle of the regular season, we finally arrived at the last day of regular season, but we still not know yet who's gonna get that last spot for the playoffs.
I don't even remember the last time we didn't know who our playoff 6 were on the last day of the regular season. But I do remember that the Infinix GT30 has just launched and is now available on Infinix TikTok Malaysia. Not to mention, it comes with a free magnetic cooler. I've also heard it's even more affordable than the GT30 Pro, priced below 1.1 thousand ringgit. And of course, it is the only phone in its price tier with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Not to mention, it supports steady performance and 120 FPS in MLBB. And that's not all. It even comes in 2 exclusive new colors, green and blue, which have just been added to the GT30 series. So make sure you guys go check that out.
Yeah, I mean, getting a smartphone below 1,100 ringgit, I think that's a steal, not gonna lie. To be able to play Mobile Legends Bang Bang without any frame lagging, without any issues, do get the new Infinix GT30 Pro. But as you did mention, to be honest, you can't remember when's the last time we had such competitive scene so far, and I do have to agree, because I think going back into season number 14, 13, 11, we've always seen the last day is going to be more of a fun match, more of a charity match, but not for today, because there's a lot on the line, especially for Untitled, especially for Arrow, especially for Monster Vicious. But for this particular match, we're going to be introducing, first of all, the lineup for Monster Vicious. It's going to be Raf, Leonie, Bondols, Uni, Momo. Yesterday, they performed phenomenally up against GMX Kelantan, but today might be a different story facing off Todak.
Yeah, it's not gonna be simple. Todak have already proven themselves to be a team that, despite already confirming their unattendance to playoffs, is looking to bring more teams down with them. Now, of course, MV is already confirmed to the playoffs, but if they're able to take a victory here, it is a guaranteed upper bracket slot. And this is a team that has not been able to make it into that top 2 ever since their debut in MPL MY. It's a squad that did pretty well when the season started and has only gotten better over time compared to a lot of other teams playing this season. But their opponents are no slouches either.
I mean, you do have Lolial's Dream, Zaim Senpai, Zaid, Fondir. It's heartbreaking to see that they only found their form towards the end
Have
of
they,
our. I would give the benefit of the doubt, and I would want to be a bit more positive. At least it's far much better than what they had performed in their earlier phase of the season, right? But again, it's a competitive league. You get only one chance. We're not facing off a double round robin kind of format. It's a one chance. You have to take all those chances. But for Toda, I feel like here's the thing about MPL Malaysia's teams. When teams are playing, there's nothing on the line. There's no pressure. There's, the result is not gonna change anything much about yourself. Only then we can see team perform really, really well. GMX Kelantan, we saw that a couple of weeks ago. And right now, maybe Toda could be in the same boat as well. Yesterday, Team Ray even won against Arrow, 2 versus 1 or 2 against 1. So I feel like I don't know why. What's the problem here with our MPL MY teams? Waiting for the end of the season, only then you want to perform.
It certainly is a curious question here, but let's talk about a possibility at the end of the day here, because this is something Rose brought up at the start of the show. We actually still have a chance for tiebreaker matches, and it is a very specific condition. If Todak is able to clean sweep Monster Vicious and Untitled is able to clean sweep SRGOG, then we will see a three-way tiebreaker between Homeboys, Monster Vicious, and Untitled, I believe. And basically, they're all gonna play best of one matches. We're gonna have 3 best of one matches since it is a three-way tiebreaker, and we will see who actually makes it into the playoffs. If somehow, after all of that, the teams are still tied, then they will be ranked based on how quickly they were able to win those matches. Now, as the casters who would like to go home early today, we're of course hoping this doesn't happen, but just the fact that up until the very, very last day of the regular season, this is still possible. We still don't know our top 6. We still don't know our top 2. Really goes to show the difference of this season itself.
I mean, 3 of those teams are sharing points as of now, 15 points for all 3, right? I mean, the possibility is still there, but the order in it for it to happen is a tall ask. I mean, Monster Vicious, Toda needs to win 2-0, and then we go into the second match where Untitled needs to win 2-0 as well. So those conditions have to be met. Only then there will be a tiebreaker. But then again, the possibilities are always there. Anything can happen. Even Selangor the Giants dropped few points in this particular regular season from GMX Kelantan, from Homeboys at the same time. So never say never, I would say. But then again, as you did mention, as a caster, I would want it to be a very short day, a very straightforward day. I just want to see 2 matches, good matches. But of course, it depends on what is the end result gonna be. But then again, for Monster Vicious and Toda, this is not only a great chance for them to be able to get the upper bracket spot, but a great chance for them at least to survive day number 2 of playoffs. Because if we recall back few seasons ago, every time playoff comes, Monster Vicious is always early exits.
Yeah, I remember MV typically day 1 playoffs elimination, which is never a good feeling. You play through the entire season just to qualify to the top 6, and then you just end your journey right off the bat. It's an unfortunate fate that Monster Vicious has dealt with multiple times, but now they have a chance to change that. They have a chance to break into the top 2 for the very first time in the organization's history. And let's see if they can do so, especially off the backs of Momo, who has proven to be a star thus far. He said, I'll give my best in this match, because it's an important one for me personally. And for the team, it's to secure the upper bracket. I hope to face SRG in the playoffs, because I'm not satisfied with our last match against them. But before that, I want to face Homeboys, because they called us Ayam.
In translation, Homeboys call them chickens.
Wow.
To be honest, it depends on how you view on it, because for me, chickens are delicious. So basically, you are calling me delicious. I feel like that's a compliment.
I mean, it depends on the person you're asking, because I'm pretty sure a lot of people would not want to be consumed
Oh, fair enough.
You would not necessarily want to be compared to
But
food.
do you want to be a delicious meal or do you want to be a bad meal?
I think I'd rather not be a meal at all.
In the first place, right?
Yeah, you know? Like, I don't want to be cooked.
I don't want to be cooked. Okay. There is some vengeance being dealt upon by homeboys towards the side of Monster Vicious, but we need to see how they fare against Toda right now. MV condition to secure upper bracket is very much straightforward. They must win 2-0 versus Toda. MV will rise to the second place with 18 points. The aggregate score will become 6 points for Monster Vicious. I do say it's straightforward, but I never say it was going to be easy because Toda, there is a possibility for them to at least steal 1 point away from Monster Vicious. And if that happens, CG will take that second upper bracket slot.
That means that CG is going to be keeping a close eye on this one, and that just makes this a very interesting reunion among the members of Todak, as Momo will be facing off against his previous team, who he has been with since his debut, by the way. 9 seasons of history as a member of Todak, and Chiku is going to be watching the match with multiple members of his former teammates to see whether or not he can remain number 2. It's going to be a true battle here at the start of the final day of MPL Malaysia, and now Dangerous Grass shall hearken the draft for game number 1.
As of yesterday's matches between Monster Vicious as well as GMX Kelantan, I did give a big props to Sora Payong. He drafted phenomenally well. The ban was on point. He focused on the core strength of Monster Vicious, winning the side lanes, especially on the gold lane as well as the EXP lane, for Momo to be able to create those creative moments or create those crucial plays to allow Raf to farm up well, to allow Uni to farm up well. So I would like to see the same sort of mentality from Sora Payong in terms of the draft. But then again, going up against Coach Nafari, who has his own idea, it's just a matter of would the players be able to execute the game plan coming in from Coach Nafari right now. But we do have a fun fact a bit about the Dangerous Grass map. Did you know Dangerous Grass map hasn't shown up in 60 games? Last seen in week 5, the number 3 match 2. It was a team raid up against Vamos.
That long. Wow, okay. Dangerous Grass finally making an appearance once again. And what better timing. It's very dramatic, you know. But yes, as you pointed out, both these coaches are known for very solid drafts overall, so I'm expecting to see sparks fly just from the hero compositions in the first place. I really like the Grok ban, but wow! Right off the bat, we're getting a Fanny from Monster Vicious.
This is very unlikely of Coach Nafari because I wouldn't say I personally know him, but from few streams I've watched him playing, you know, he's answering questions from his viewers. I feel like he's the sort of player, a sort of coach that if the opponent has a very talented Fanny user, he would definitely ban it out. And to be fair, in this game, he did not ban it out, opted to go for a ban towards the Grok, towards the Zushin, as well as Kimi. Prioritizing that mid duo is very much surprising, not gonna lie.
But at the same time, I can kind of understand it. Leone and Bundles have been star players for Monster Vicious. They create space, they're so good at controlling the early game tempo, and Grok has been a very successful hero pick for Leone, causes a lot of issues. Todak just deciding we would rather deal with the Fanny than give over these power picks to the mid duo. They go for the Isanshin as well as the Cho, so they already have a bit of a counter to the Fanny. It all comes down to skill of execution here.
Alright, following up with the Gatot Kacha, most likely to counter, not necessarily counter, but there would be a follow-up once the Way of the Dragon has been used by the Cho, and then the Avatar of the Guardian can be used safely to allow themselves to re-engage back up against Toda with a very safe pick for the Lunox. So late game potential is already locked for Monster Vicious. Right now, Toda, what do they have in store? Especially for Zaim Senpai. Is he gonna go for a Selena pick, be more aggressive, trying to run away from the Fanny? Because I don't think a high ground hero suits in this current game because there is a Fanny.
Yeah, artillery is going to be a bit difficult. It's not just the Fanny, it's also the Gatot. That's going to mess up heroes like the Farsa quite notably. So going for a safer option makes sense. I don't think Selena is really the pick. I would imagine it's more of Kadita or Eve. But looks like they will go ahead and grab the Arlet first. So this was a hero that I'm sure we all wondered about going into this. Momo has proven to be the unarguably best Arlet in MPL Malaysia, but Todak will try to steal it away right off the bat.
I mean, straight away banning out the Forvius, allowing the Arlot to move much more freely. There's not going to be a lot of crowd control coming in from the side of Monster Vicious, apart from the Gatot Kaca. So we shall see what kind of EXP lane is playing in the minds of Sorapayong. They do have the damage dealing kind of heroes from the Fanny as well as the Lunox, so maybe opt to go for a frontliner, a more tankier, a more beefier EXP laner could be the idea here. Uranus has been banned out, Lapu Lapu is still there for the taking. Other than that, I feel like what else is there? I mean, yesterday we saw Gorgeous brought in Yuzong. I don't think Yuzong is gonna be brought up here. Xborg is still there, Hylos is still there, but I'm not too sure if it's I wouldn't say suitable. Does it complement well with Monster Vicious trio hero that they have picked up?
Looks like Todak could decide the one they want to get rid of is the Alice, so specifically banning out Phoveus and Alice from Momo's hero pool. These are more set up frontline heroes that are able to dive quite deep. Todak definitely expecting to play more of a scaling marksman. I'm expecting things like the Granger here, maybe even the Harif. It's not like Momo's pool is going to be too concerned. You do still have Lapu, you do still have Esme, Kacha, and Franco, both going to be banned out. So they are still playing off the possibility that this is not a roam show and trying to take as much single pick off away from Todak to allow Uni to fly freely.
They are just prepping for if Todak plays a double fighter comp and this show suddenly goes good lane, there is still a possibility for them to pick a crowd controlling hero or a single target pick off, hence why the ban against the Franco as well as Kaja. Not only that, it's a respect ban as well towards Dreams, who is a phenomenal Franco player, but Valentina is going to be the mid lane of choice for Todak for Zaim Senpai. I think it's still okay, still can maneuver around well up against the Gatot Kaca as well as the Fanny at the same time, but the amount of skill that she can steal, I feel like, was it available? EOG, Lunox's skill? For now, at least.
It's basically AOG, but it also does act as a limiter for what else MB is going to be able to bring to the table. I think it's probably fine for Momo to go like Esmeralda here. Lapu is still okay, but the ult can be stolen. Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Tama's Esme. Is this Tama's gold?
Most likely, right?
Esme gold. It might be Esme gold.
It can be either one. I mean, most likely it's Esme. We've seen Esme gold before.
It is a rough staple at this point.
I do agree with you, because if you're gonna fight a fighter of a fighter comp, I mean, bringing Esme is a good idea as well. She can soak up the lane well and just, you know, survive as much as she can, clears the lane fast, and then rotates immediately, right? But then again, this is a dangerous grass map, so you do have to be careful. The ganks gonna coming out from the side of Todak right now. Most likely would need to pick up their gold lane here. Is it gonna be a pure marksman, or are they gonna go for a double fighter? Bane is still there if they wanna for the taking right now.
Bane is not bad at all actually for Todak. Looks like they go for the Badang. It is a Cho gold lane, I think. In the hands of Lolil. I have never seen Lolil play Cho before.
Ooh.
This is going to be very interesting. We have been seeing more and more people try out the Cho Gold. Yesterday, I was casting the Vietnam MLBB Championship for MPL, and we also saw a Cho Gold lane. Did not win, but we can see the idea, right? But this is going to be double fighter versus double fighter. Both teams trying to bring their A game.
Not gonna lie, it does require high mechanics if you want to use the Cho Gold lane. The only name that comes up or pops up in my mind when we talk about Cho Gold lane as of recent is gonna be Aman.
Yep.
I would say one of the best, if not the best, Cho Gold lane players here in MPL ID. But here, bringing in the same idea, the same mentality here in MPL MY could work, but we shall see whether it favors in the side of Todak.
Well, whether or not it favors, regardless, upper bracket is on the line right now. Todak with absolutely no pressure on their shoulders. They've already denied the opportunities of multiple teams here in the final few weeks of MPL Malaysia. Can they do it once more? Ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into the land of dawn.
Whoa! What is this?
Lolil with the first blood in 30 seconds. seconds.
How is that even possible? What kind of emblem is Loliel bringing? I mean, it's not even an assassin, it's a tank emblem, as I can see, with a concussive blast at the same time. What was that?
How in the world? Rob just lost a level 1 trade as Esme.
100 and 0 immediately right there. Can we even get an instant replay on that? Like, how did that
That's
even
actually
happen?
insane. I don't even blame the cameraman for not catching that. No one would expect that to happen. Yeah, I thought maybe he had Master Assassin, but no.
It is an assassin emblem, but with
Assassin emblem, but
with thrill, I guess.
and concussive. I mean, concussive at level 1 is
True.
very strong. Don't
True.
get me wrong,
True,
but
true.
you still wouldn't expect a first blood like that.
Yeah, I mean, okay, a good start for the side of Toda right now. And pretty sure you can see how happy CG is with this, I suppose, if Toda does win with this early lead that they have. Apart from that, in terms of emblem, a lot of spell vamp coming in from this side of Tamos, which makes sense. He would want to survive a lot more longer in this laning phase, and Fondir is gonna soak up that damage. And I feel like Fondir, the main idea for this Arla is to clear and move. You don't trade much well with the Tamos, especially when he has the Vengeance at the same time.
Yeah, Tamas is definitely here to try and keep Fondir in lane as much as possible. Oh, mid lane, Leonie gets caught, went way too far forward, and the rotation from Zayed picks up another kill.
Looking good for the side of Toda right now. Zayed picking up the first blood for himself, allowing him to farm up well and get this turtle without any issue as of now. But Momo, be careful.
Jumps in, pops the ult, pops the vengeance, but he's all alone. And final slash delivers him to the rest of the Todak players. Bundles also a bit too late to join, has to use the brilliance defensively. Leonie also just respawned already. He takes more than half his HP in damage.
3-0 as early as the 2nd minute mark for the side of Toda, allowing themselves to enjoy a very good lead right now. 1k good lead, 3 kills in their own favor, good map control at the same time, and this allows Zayed to farm up, freely right now. Level 5 as we speak. Uni same as well, level 5, but no map pressure, no aggression coming in from MV right now.
And they find another gank on Momo. The rotations from Todak have been clean. And MV not looking too hot right now.
Ooh, first item priority for Loliel is gonna be the War Axe right now. So he knows that he already dominated the early lane at the early phase. So he just wants to extend the lead even further right now, providing a bit more sustain, a bit more damage from the side of this Chogo lane. Rotation coming in from the mid side right now. Dreams just trying to scout things out, but Leonie would react even faster. Envy, I'm surprised. I mean, they are honestly not doing anything for now.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised at how little is being done on the map here. Rob also going to get kicked, but the Purify is available. Dreams also shows up. So far, Leonie not able to match the usual speed at which he controls the map, especially without heroes like the Grok to access. Uni surprisingly also quite quiet. I would have expected a bit more aggression from a Fanny at this stage.
I feel like maybe it's because of the early pressure from the side of Toda and the early lead that they have. I feel like MV already shifted their playing style to be a bit more defensive and just allow Bondles to farm up well. Once the item progress has been achieved by Bondles, maybe only then they will be a bit more aggressive. Right now, it doesn't seem to like it because Toda are enjoying a good lead and are enjoying the map control.
Right now, Uni's on top of the turtle. Momo's gonna scout out Dreams. Fondir is inside the bush. Mountain Shocker used. They see everything. AOG misses. Fondir on top of Uni. Final slash knocks the Fanny out of the pit. Fondir now in some trouble, but he's healing up. Will eventually be picked off by the Esmeralda. Ruff all the way here to join the fight. Bundles with the Brilliance going to run out. Loliel chases him down. Picks off the Lunox. Zayed secures the turtle. Uni gets caught in the fist break. Has to dash back out. Loliel in the backline with the triple kill on the goal lane Joe.
4-0 and 0 for Loliel right now. I mean, what better way to start things off right now for your last match of the season for Loliel. Performing well with this Choco lane so far. Perfect gameplay from the side of Toda right now. Zayed turtle secured, the second turtle secured, as well as a bit more damage needed on that bot side to be able to take that turret, but he's just gonna cut that minion away, apply more pressure on this bot side. Toda woke up on the right side of the bed, I feel like.
Todak definitely came into this match saying, well, we're not going to playoffs, but we're not going to make it easy for you either. Wave of Dragon going to be used on Ruff once again. This time, Purify is saved for the fist crack, so Ruff will be able to walk away. AOG now used. Nice flicker from Zaim to get him out of that.
Good coordination from the side of Toda, noticing the danger is going to come from AOG's from Leone at the same time, so keeping that flicker in check for Zaim Senpai to just run away. And right now, Monster Vicious feels like the cohesion isn't there, the teamwork isn't there. Whatever they're trying to do has been mitigated by Toda right now. Not only that, Loliel.
Another Wave of the Dragon onto Leone. Revitalize used on the Gatot, but he's surrounded by 4. Loliel is unstoppable.
Individual kills achieved by Loliel 5 as early as 6-minute mark. As of this instant, might as well go for the Sky Piercer, because why not? You are leading, you are ahead. Well ahead, not gonna lie. 3k goal lead. Look at this, Dreams!
Of the Fist Crack, Bundles nearly goes down from that, but Momo also taking a lot of damage, and he's meant to be one of the frontliners for Monster Vicious. We can already tell that MV's not gonna be able to easily contest this next turtle, especially with the 3-man gank up top once again. Fist Crack into the way of the Dragon. Ruff trying to hold on for as long as possible, is actually living, but Loliel not gonna allow him to escape. They get the snipe, they get the pick off. Final slash on Leone in the backline as Fondy are taking them down, but Uni finds the shutdown onto the Cho, finally stopping his reign of terror, and Bundle will melt down Fondier as well.
Okay, that's a very good counter engagement coming in from the side of Monster Vicious, especially from Uni. Getting that kill onwards to Loliel, not gonna lie, that would help Uni's case even further in terms of itemization, in terms of gold progress. But feels like Toda, a bit of hiccup right there, but it's still okay. The wound isn't that deep as of yet. 7-minute mark, they are still in the lead with 2.3k gold lead. Zaim Senpai still hasn't died as of yet. We do remember last week, Coach Nafari said Zaim Senpai needs to die at least 5 times.
And so Zaim so far not really doing a good job of that. Still deathless. MB now starting to regain some momentum. They have all 5 members in the river controlling the turtle. Dreams is going to be able to scout out information, but Uni secures it quite easily, and Todak not really interested in contesting, but they do get the Mount Shotgun. Leone, the kick goes through, Revitalize comes out, Momo is diving the backline and forcing Zayed and Dreams back. AOG gets cancelled, Brilliant's going to be used defensively, Leone gets caught, Fondier with the catch, the voice crack comes out, Dreams gets a beautiful setup, and Todak dives in on it. Loliel comes in from the side, Bundles will fall, it's a killing spree for Zayed.
There was no way Bundles would be able to escape that without any flicker, without brilliance at the same time. He was just stuck a sandwich between the Goliath of Toda right there, and Loliel did a phenomenal job zoning Ruff away from that teamfight. Ruff could not even join that particular teamfight. Even without the falling Star Moon, there was nothing that he could do. Leone was closed down as well, AOG was cancelled. So Toda took that teamfight really well. At first it started to look a bit shaky, but then after a few skill set was wasted by Monster Vicious, only then Todak took control of that particular teamfight.
Yeah, it was good discipline there from Todak actually. Even though the fight started pretty well for MV, they waited for the cooldowns, waited for the big resources to go away. Loliel looking for Bundle, not quite able to find it. Todak with the flicker, final slash, catches the fist crack on 3! MV is getting dismantled by the swordfishes. It's a mega kill for Zayed, and they are not taking any prisoners.
This is what we like to see from Toda. I mean, Yamamoto themselves even call it, right? Toda Langar, and they are literally just rampaging away Monster Vicious right now. No stopping back, no handbrakes at all. Look at the damage coming in from the Zaim Senpai at the same time.
This is a disaster right now. And MV isn't particularly better at scaling into the late game comparatively too. These are both double fighter side lanes. We look at how this fight started. The final slash was beautiful, and then the flank play from Dreams just set them up beautifully. Todak is splitting up these fights excellently.
I mean, despite whatever you want to say about Todak's performance, you cannot deny Dreams. As a roamer, he is one of the best coming in from Indonesia, right? The setup from him, the counter engagement, the angle that he did. I mean, it's just it was the icing on the cake right there, and it allows Zaid to open up the Mountain Shocker at the perfect position to lock them down, and it allowed as well for the Cho, L'Oreal, to pick and choose the target he wants to use the Way of the Dragon. Everything is coming all together right now for Toda, even though it's very hard for you to synchronize all of these skills that you have. You have a Way of the Dragon, you have the Fist Crack, you have the Mountain Shocker. But right now, Toda are performing phenomenally well in this game number 1.
They're engaging once again. Look at Fondir already diving in. L'Oreal looking for the flank. Ruff might be a bit too far forward now. Has to use the Purify, but maybe a bit too early. Waves Dragon connect. And Ziam, some boy with the flicker forward. First team down. Leone gonna be stuck in the wall. Uses the AOG defensively. But that's a lot of cooldowns gone. And the Lord has only just arrived in the mid tower. The mid inhibitor will fall. Holy defense down bottom already gone. Todak wants to end this right now. Mountain Shocker. Look at damage on Leone. Another tower will fall to the Swordfishes. And the Lord is still alive. Uni goes in, does some good damage, but it's not quite enough. They just do not have enough farm right now. And Todak still 5-man strong. They will eventually stop the assault, but we may be looking at the final moments of game 1.
I'm pretty sure the members of CG right now, they are smiling from teeth to teeth, from chin to chin, from ear to ear. I mean, with the performance of Toda right now, 8k goal lead, 17 kills in totality, 11-minute mark. All of their turrets are still well healthy right now. Look at their top, look at the mid, look at the bot. It's not even touched by Monster Vicious. Yes, you have a league game potential with the Lunox. Yes, you have a comfort hero, a strong hero to be given to Uni, such as the Fanny. But when you overwhelm Monster Vicious with the likes of the Cho, with the likes of Arlot from Fondir, and Zaid, who can follow up with the Mountain Shocker, it's very hard for Monster Vicious to maneuver around.
There might actually just be too much crowd control on the side of Todak for MV to deal with. And when you're playing double fighter, once you fall behind in farm, it becomes very difficult. Momo's trying to hold the front with Ruff. Fondir with the flicker final slash once again on Uni. AOG gonna be used defensively. But look at the back! The fist crack comes out! Todak with the complete sandwiching the pincer play! L'Oreal flickers forward, gets the last hit, killing spree on top of Bundles. And now not even gonna allow Ruff to retreat back into the base as well. Todak, they are closing the vice grip. The final inhibitor tower will fall. Minion waves pushing in on all lanes. Uni gets caught in the wall! Todak finds another one. Leone will fall. It's a mega kill for L'Oreal. Way of the Dragon gonna be saved for the Fanny. It's a double kill on the gold lane. Cho Ruff the only one left. Mega kill! Todak! They are denying another opportunity! And they will take game number 1! They're telling Monster Vicious, you are not going to the upper bracket!
This means officially CG will claim that second upper bracket slot, and Monster Vicious will have to play day number 1 for the playoffs later on. But let's not talk about that. Let's focus on the main issue right now. Toda! Where was this Toda, man? Where was this Toda when we needed them? Where was this Toda in week number 1, week number 2? If they had performed this way from the get-go, I wouldn't be surprised. They are gonna be the first one who's gonna make it to playoff. But man, why do you leave it to the last day, Toda? Why?
That's the same question I wanna ask. Where have they been? This would have been so... If this was the Todak we started the season with, it would be a completely different storyline. I'm actually kind of sad that we're not going to see them in the playoffs, because that was a beautiful game.
Why? Why did you keep this? Why did you keep this up until the end? Who knew L'Oreal could have played a phenomenal show right there? You get the first blood as early as the 30 minute mark from the get-go, and then you apply the constant pressure. Fondir, phenomenal on that Arlot. Momo couldn't do anything about it. Yes, he tried his best to soak up all the damage to be the front line, but you were insta-locked by Fondir. Not only that, let's talk about Dreams. The flank that he did, the fist crack coming in from different side of the angles, and it allows, once again, Syed had just an easy game. I just have to wait for the fist crack coming in from Dreams, and then I'll follow up with my Mountain Shocker, basic attack, and Zaim Semper as well. I can burst anybody immediately with my Shadow Strike.
We have to remember, double fighter side lane.
What?
It's still kind of a cheese strategy. We'll come back to that.
Okay.
But this does mean that CG Esports has confirmed the second seed upper bracket slot. Monster Vicious, unfortunately, once again at potential risk of going home on day 1. They're gonna need to lock in for now. But man,
Who's your MVP? Not gonna lie. It's gonna be Cho, right?
I feel like it's Loliel.
It should be Loliel, right? Come on, please, please. It has to be Loliel.
Of course, it's Loliel.
It is gonna be Loliel. My God, phenomenal player. This is your SEA Games representative, right? I mean, this is why he is being selected as the gold laner for Malaysia right now. You want fighter gold lane? I'll give you fighter gold lane. I'll do you one better. I'll give you Cho gold lane as well. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you're sitting on par with Iman's gold lane's Cho as well at this time. I mean, 10 kills, 1 death, 4 assists, full set of item of damage apart from the brute force breastplate, but the first item of 4 eggs, and then you follow up with the endless battle. You do have your RGM at the same time, just in case Lunox bursts out of nowhere. So you do have some safety upon that. But then again, the assassin emblem, the concussive blast, allow him to maneuver well early on.
You can definitely tell that Ruff doesn't have experience laning against a Cho. Esme beats almost everyone in lane, even at level 1 and 2. But at level 1, Cho just has so much trading potential with the Jeet Kune Do and even with the concussive blast. I think he definitely underestimated that. And following up on what I was saying earlier, double fighter side lane is still meant to be kind of a cheese strategy. It's meant to allow you to win early and use that momentum to snowball into the mid game and end before the late game scalers come online. So since both teams are playing double fighter, it means that whoever is winning out first has a huge advantage. And that is what we saw here. It was a 13-minute game, and the scores, the KDAs are so skewed.
I mean, don't look at the turrets. I mean, 0 turrets for Monster Vicious. Not only that, I feel like all of the turrets of Toda are still healthy. It's not even been touched by a Monster Vicious at the same time. But I do have to agree with Sadafa. Once you play this double fighter comp and you have a very good early lead and you can snowball out of control, not only that, you allow your jungler, especially a Yi Sun-Shin jungler, to farm up well without having to worry about being invade, without having to worry the threat, the death pressure coming in from your opponent. 5-0 and 9 for the Yi Sun-Shin from Zayed is just the icing on the cake. Because you already dominated early on. If you need the damage for your mid game, you still have Yi Sun-Shin, you still have Valentina at the same time. 0 death for Zaim Senpai, 0 death for Zayed, knowing that they are going to be participating a lot of this team fight. And it allows you to play a bit more aggressively because you do have a lot of ground control pressure. You have your Cho, you have your Badang, you have your Arlot at the same time. And Monster Vicious, they can't do anything about it. You can't really counter-engage because if, let's say, Bondles have been pressured constantly, forces out the Purify, forces out the Brilliance. And then Leone, a lot of AOG was being used very, very defensively to run away. And not only that, there are a few times you can't even prop the AOG because it's constantly being cancelled by Loliel.
Yeah, the amount of initiation angles that Todak has access to with all of these different heroes already made things very difficult, because Monster Vicious naturally is a team that likes 5v5. They are a very death ball lineup, always known to be strongest in the mid game, and I think they were trying to aim for that angle with this lineup as well. Have Momo hold Arlet in lane, have Ruff trying to win out gold, and then allow Bondles and Uni to get some items before they start causing havoc. But that already went very wrong when Loliel straight up one gold lane at level 1, after which Momo had to be pulled over multiple times, which lost him the lane against Fondir, and then the scaling just started building up more and more from that. When you have Tamis, Esme, and Gatot, and you're getting constantly smacked from behind by a Badang and Cho, something is wrong.
I mean, yeah, it was tough because Monster Vicious had a poor early game. You're giving in an early kill to Loliel, who is going to be the rich guy with 800 gold per minute, 78,000 total damage that by Zaim Senpai, who's going to be the carry. Sandbag is going to be Leone. Meanwhile, Dreams with 17 total assists as our best wingman. Yep, you had a poor early game from the side of Monster Vicious. You gave Loliel the first blood, but I don't feel like that was because of why you lost the game. It's about what happens next. The snowball capability that was achieved by Toda, the engagement from Toda, might I say a very high quality of engagement from Toda because of the flankings by Dreams, the flanking by Loliel at the same time, and Zaim Senpai just constantly poking with the Shadow Strike, and of course, to finish things off, you have the Yi Sun-Shin at the same time. So it was due to that early first blood allow Toda to be more aggressive because they can achieve the snowball capability much more earlier on.
Yeah, they had clean rotations. You can just see how aggressively they were moving around the map in total. But we can have a quick look at the rich guy Lalil, look a little bit closer at what is under the hood here, because he did have a 800 GPM overall on a gold show. This is not meant to be a hero that farms particularly quickly, but he was getting a lot of money off of kills and assists, and he was actually absorbing a really good chunk of damage as well.
I mean, 2,000 gold just only from kill and assist. That's a good amount of number. I mean, especially you got that first blood. It allows you to finish off the War X very earlier on and to be even more aggressive at the same time. 3.8k gold lead from minions alone, knowing that the Esmeralda could not pressure you out of the lane and you clear much more faster with the concussive blast at the same time. So hence why we've seen Cho, who we all know is not a known hero to clear or to get gold very constantly, very fast, but hey, Lolia's proved it different.
I think Lalil and Raph are both cut from the same cloth. They're the same type of gold lane. If they can get in your face, they will love to get in your face. And that means that these two players in particular benefit very heavily from a meta that allows for fighter gold lane. In this case, Lalil was able to leverage that to his advantage. And we can see his rotations on the map as well. Obviously going to be hovering more on the top sides.
Yep.
He is still meant to be the gold laner, but he's getting kills. He's making an impact all across the map, and even more so in enemy territory.
The duration after that first kill and the second kill is quite some time because it's so early that he gotten that first kill. Like, okay, got the first kill. Minutes afterwards, only then you get the second kill on that bot side in the jungle of Toda. But looking at the map pressure that Lolia brought into, of course, it's gonna hover a lot on that goal lane. But afterwards, come minute 5th, come minutes number 8, 10-minute mark, you can see the movement from Lolia starting to invade the opponent's jungle. A lot more on the side of Monster Vicious because he knows nobody can catch him. Even if they do, he still has the flicker, he still has the Way of the Dragon at the same time, and he knows that the member of his own teammates will allow them to save Cho, to save Lola in case any danger happens.
If you are playing double fighter side lane and you lose out lane pressure in 2 lanes, you are going to have a very, very difficult time. We know they lost pressure in gold, but they also lost heavy pressure in mid because Leone got poked out quite heavily and bundles oftentimes had to recall the base, which meant that Toda could basically walk wherever they wanted on the map. And that is just not a good situation. As we can see from the KDA as well, Lalil went 5-0 in 6 minutes. Cho normally drops off very quickly. You gotta really snowball with a gold lane Cho, and that is exactly what happened. That's how Lalil was able to remain relevant even at a time when he would normally get outscaled.
Yeah, I feel like Monster Vicious gave too much kill to Lolial. You gave too much kill to the Cho that allows him to be more aggressive. But not only that, the space that Dream created for the side of Toda, right, with the freeze crack, freeze break at the same time. The angles, look at the angles. Look at these angles right now.
Dreams
look at
and
these angels.
Montier were doing such a good job. The Badang Arlet combination was what allowed Todak to just basically bypass the front line and completely disrupt enemy ranks every single fight.
I mean, the angels, man, the angels. That is a very game-winning angle for coming in from Dreams right there. The setup, the follow-up at the same time. It was all perfect plan from the side of Toda, even managing to achieve 10k goal lead once the game ended at that 13-minute mark. So I did give props to Sorapayong yesterday when they went up against GMX Kelantan, but this is the main issue of Monster Vicious, and it's not something new. It's all about consistency. One day you can see Monster Vicious dominate against a team, winning 2-0, fast game, good rotation, good draft. The next day is a different story. So I don't, again, it's one of the mysteries of the world. How and why can't Monster Vicious be consistent? This is not something new. We've seen this previous season, and still, it's the same issue coming in Season 16.
Unfortunately, they are a team that's very momentum-based and very dependent on specific win conditions. I think they've been trying to work on that recently, but it's clear for most teams to tell that they still like playing a certain style. And if you remove heroes that enable that style, then it just makes life that much more difficult for them. And now I think we have to talk a little bit about the impact of this first game victory for Toda. It is not just denying the possibility of Monster Vicious moving into the top 2, we are still on track for a potential 3-way tiebreaker.
Yeah, well, one of the condition is almost met or halfway being met. So we shall see if Toda can close this game off 2-0. And then it all depends on that second match of the day. Selangor Red Giants OG up against Untitled. But hey, that is for a later match. But focusing on this match right now, Monster Vicious need to do something. They need to regather back. Yep, you lost to somewhat of a G-strat. But not only that, you lost because you gave a lot of momentum. You gave a lot of space to Toda. You gave them to snowball out of control. You gave Toda the identity to Langar. You give that permission to Langar to just wreak havoc upon you right now. So Monster Vicious needs to go back to the drawing board. I don't mind much you picking up the Fanny early on because I know Oni is a talented player, but you do have to be careful if you're gonna get overwhelmed by a lot of card controls.
So the main thing now as well, since Monster Vicious no longer has a chance of making it to the upper brackets, that means that the remainder of this series has 0 stakes. Does not really change anything. And we've already seen what a difference it makes when a team just has nothing to worry about, right? So maybe we'll see a different result now that neither team really has anything riding on their next victory or loss. Expanding Rivers will be in map for game 2.
Feels like this is one of the most common map that has been picked up throughout MPL MY. Expanding Rivers allows both of these teams to rotate early on, allow faster rotation, more faster clearing capabilities, and then to rotate onwards to the turtle side or the lord side. As we take a deeper look into the draft right now, Zushin is going to get banned out, Kimi is going to get banned out by Toda, Monster Vicious right now banning out the Chi-Chi, the Yusachin, as well as the Baxia. So you are opening up the likelihoods of Yusachin, your Lancelot, your Jushin has been banned out, Grog at the same time.
They're trying to keep the draft a little bit more open, but by taking out Yi Sun-shin, they are limiting the possibility of Todak going for double fighter once again. I like that Todak is sticking with the exact same bans. Again, these are heroes that particularly enable their mid duo, and if they can disable that, they'll feel a lot better. But Monster Vicious still holding a lot of faith on Uni's ability and going for the first pick Fanny again.
First game, first pick Fanny. Second game, again, first pick Fanny at the same time. And Toda, they do have an idea on how to control the movement of Fanny, but this time around, Monster Vicious are well aware of the capabilities of Toda. And not only that, both teams have no pressure right now to do anything about it. So because this match doesn't changes the grand scheme of things. So Toda right now opt to go for that Lancelot as well as the Cho. Most likely, once again, it's gonna be the Cho go lane. Lancelot, we're gonna see a classic matchup between him as well as Patty.
The Cho early pick was also something that disrupted MV quite a bit previously, because they picked up heroes like the Gatod, like the Lunox, thinking that this would likely be a Cho roam, and then the Badang came out, the Cho went into the gold lane, and that actually messed up their ability to actually initiate and open up the map aggressively. Now that they've seen that once, MV needs to adjust the way they draft in preparation for this, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Harif Alice.
Interesting pickup for the side of Monster Vicious, having that Alice in your own hands right now. I know that Momo can do a good job with this Alice, go into the back line, be as much as a disturbance towards the side of Toda with the Throne of Ruins. I wonder if they want to pair up with an Angela right now with the Alice, because it's something that they have done back then. But right now, Toda gonna steal a pick away from the side of Monster Vicious. They're gonna have the Lunox on their own hands right now. They understand that they need some form of burst to be able to burst this Alice out of the way. So Lunox will be the answer to that particular question.
I do like that MV is adjusting a bit, but I wonder if this is the correct direction. I feel like it would have still been okay to grab the Lunox since it's still one of the safer mid lane picks to go for right now. And it's also a hero that works well against basically everything on MV. It melts the Alice, melts the Harif, avoids the Fanny. A little bit worried about that, but the Valentina will get removed by Todak since it was something Zion played previously. And I think MV is going to continue banning the Kaja Franco.
Yeah, most likely it is gonna be those two bans, giving the utmost respect to Dreams, but then you are allowing heroes like Badang to go through, or even Khalid for that matter, if they do want to go a bit more aggressive. Todak right now do have the option to go for a Fovius EXP lane to go up against the Alice, but it's more so to counter or to maneuver around, to mitigate the movement of Harith later on with your own demonic force. Wonder will that be the idea for Todak right now? As we take a look at the last ban, is going to be the Selena gonna get banned out, so not allowing Monster Vicious to be aggressive, be mobile, so Selena gets banned out.
You know, I just realized Kalea has not been banned. He's actually still open, and I'm pretty sure Todak banning Selena is telling us that they might want Kalea. If you have Kalea Cho, you are not only completely denying the Fanny, you're also putting the Alice at very big risk because you jump forward and the Kalea pulls you even further away, and it is not a good time. Todak has already proven they're very effective with multiple forms of crowd control. MV still decides to ban out the Franco. I would not be surprised if this is a Kalea pick.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, if you bring up a Kalea here, it also navigates or negates the Purifier control coming in from Monster Vicious. I mean, Cho can bait out the Purify and then it allows Kalea to pull with the Tsunami Slam, or vice versa. Kalea can bait out the Purify and then it allows the Cho to use the Way of the Dragon. So I think I don't mind that idea at all. Not only that, Kalea provide good or decent heals for you to be able to survive, for you to be able to fight even longer. This is going to be an expanding river, so I do expect a lot of team fights going to be happening on that turtle side or that Lord side later on. Ruby!
I like this, though I am biased. This is still my favorite hero for a reason. I'm pretty sure this is going to be Ruby Gold. Ruby Gold will be able to deal with Harif quite well. I was expecting them to put Fighter Gold lane for this time around as well, but I thought it would be Esme against the Harif. But Ruby and Sho still fulfill the conditions of having mass crowd control and still keeps the draft very open.
Feels like there is still capability of this Ruby going elsewhere. I mean, either Roam, Gold, or EXP lane. Although we don't see Ruby EXP lane as of much recently. So still keeping it very wide open for Todak. I like the idea right there, not showcasing everything to the side of Monster Vicious right now. Who's gonna get the Gata Kacha as well as the Yeep. I do like the Yeep picked up. I really enjoy it, but then again, you have to withstand the crowd control from Ruby. You do have to withstand the crowd control from Cho, and of course the sheer force of magic from this Lunox later on.
But this is a very signature style of team composition for Monster Vicious. We've already highlighted multiple times. They're a death ball team. They like 5v5. And this is 3 different team fight heroes that creates a zone of death on the field. So if MV is able to keep their wits about them early on, mid-game it's gonna be very hard to play into them. But at the same time, all their damage is limited to the Fanny and Harif unless bundles really starts popping off. Todak, they're gonna finish off their draft with the Bane.
So it's gonna be a Cho EXP lane facing off the Alice. Yep, it's gonna be Ruby EXP lane, and then it's gonna be a Cho Roam with Lunox and Bane in the gold lane. I feel like Bane gold lane against the Harith should be okay, especially Bane once he gets level 2. He can sustain well in that lane and then just soak up the damage and then just be as annoying as possible on that gold lane side. You do have a good threat in that mid duo with the Lunox and Cho for the side of Todak, whereas on the side of Monster Vicious, you can play a bit more passively and you can play a re-engagement kind of style with the AOG and of course with the RWF.
So it's gonna be big team fights against Todak, who wants to play a little slower, play a bit more on scaling with some pick-off potential from this Cho roam. I don't think we're going to see quite as aggressive early game rotations from Todak this time around, but it all depends on whether or not the side lanes will hold their position, unlike in game number 1. Can the Swordfishes do it again? Can they deny another opportunity? We are jumping into game number 2. Nope, I lied. We're going into a pause. So hold on for a bit, ladies and gentlemen.
It's okay. I mean, from the Marshall's standpoint, it's going to be a type 1 issue, so it's not going to be too complicated for our Marshals to deal with. So hopefully we can get back into the game immediately. I do agree with what Sudafa said. I don't expect Toda to be as aggressive as game number 1. A bit more passively, I suppose, especially getting that level 4s onwards to Ruby, onwards to the Cho at the same time. And of course, they do want to get that Holy Crystal first for Bane. Only then we can see Toda be a bit more aggressive, a bit more in your face against Monster Vicious, where I feel like it's the same thing for Monster Vicious. Level 4 is definitely crucial for them.
Yeah, we want all those big team fight ults. We want to be able to just take fights front to back. But I am worried about the backline dive with Cho, with Ruby, with Lancelot. You have to be able to distribute your resources correctly, because we all know that Alice is typically just going to dive straight into the run. So Gatot needs to play a more decisive positioning and make decisions quickly.
It's gonna be a bit tough because, as we all know, the Avatar of the Guardian do have a certain delay after using it. So we shall see how Toda is gonna be maneuver around the map as well, as we jump straight back into the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, if you just recently joined us, this is gonna be game number 2 between the Monster Vicious as well as Toda, where Toda managing to steal 1 point away in game number 1.
Can they make another upset happen? I do quite like Todak's draft this time around as well, though that again might be the Ruby bias speaking. Ruby up against Alice in the EXP lane seems to be a very specific choice that Todak has made, and this is a hero that would be able to keep up quite well in terms of sustain. But now we can see a bit of an exchange happening. Leonie gets taunt. Fondir now in some trouble, might have to flicker out of this one. Nope, just barely gets out without using it.
I mean, that's good engagement, good pressure from Momo right there. Would like to force out the flicker from Fondir, but Fondir kept it to himself, so allowing him to escape immediately. As we take a look just now on the emblems, nothing too much to noted, but I feel like good penetration coming in from Time Sample. He does have the Rupture. I feel like there was 2 double Wilderness Blessing from the side of Toda, allowing them to rotate even faster with the expanding reverse map as well. So Monster Vicious do have to be careful about the movement capability from the side of Toda right now. Like we mentioned, a bit more passive, getting their farm up, and of course level 4 is the main focus right now.
Another exchange happening up top, and Execution comes out. Uni is here, Zion in trouble! Dodges the last hit, but Momo jumps on in and claims first blood on the Lancelot.
This is what we expect in game number 1, right? For Uni to rotate earlier, to be more aggressive earlier, but it did not happen. But for game number 2, after a good pep talk from the coach, we see a different kind of gameplay from Monster Vicious. They can control the map early on. They are not losing early on. Winning on the top side, winning on the EXP side, allowed them to get that first blood against Zayt just now.
So already we're seeing a very different game. First Turtle going over to MP. They have the slight gold advantage now. That should make things a little easier for them. Dreams trying to be disruptive, not quite able to stop Uni from taking the purple.
Dream's not level 4 as of yet, will hinder his capability to invade right now. Needs to get that level 4 immediately because Leonie have already gotten the AOG. So Dreams, for the side of Toda, gotta be a bit more patient right now. No engagement should come from their side, especially if Lunox is not even farmed as of yet. But I mean, Dreams, that's not gonna stop him to give a bit of vision right now.
Nice movements there. Wave the Dragon gonna be used on the Gatot instead. Dreams has to flicker back out. Uni not gonna let him escape. AOG used aggressively. They've already lost one. Leonie going to be traded away, but Fondir in trouble. I'm offended on 2. Allows him to sustain back up and dash out to safeties. Zion also eating some damage. Ends up being a 1-for-1.
I mean, Toda would like to engage even further right there, but could not do anything about it due to the fact that Lunox does not even complete the first item as of yet, hence why the initiation was immediately taken away right now. Bundles!
Ooh, Zion Senpai flickering forward, sees the opportunity, and bursts down Bundle in the mid lane.
There we go. That is some great communication from Zaim Senpai as well as Dreams. And noticing that Bundles does not have the flicker, does not have the RWM, immediately using the advantage that they have to get that kill immediately as well. So Zaim Senpai sitting well with one kill in his own hands that will allow him to farm up even faster, at least get the glowing one first before moving on to the second item.
Goal difference is still even right now. Dream's gonna be disrupting Uni once again, kicks him away from the purple buff to force the reset. Uni is still able to get it, but he had to use the retry right when the turtle spawns. So Todak instantly goes for the objective. The Throne of Ruin on top of Zion into the AOG, gets the two-man knockup inside the RWM, and Zion cannot escape.
That's very unfortunate for Zaid right there. I mean, he took a lot of damage, took a lot of control at the same time. He OG, RWM, and there was no way for Zaid to escape out of that turtle pit. But then again, he still managed to get that turtle at least before getting killed by Reno. Good kick.
Uni in trouble, gets caught by Tree. The full rotation up top. Uni was not expecting that.
Gotta be a bit more faster, Uni. Gotta be a bit more faster than that. I know that you can escape those kind of engagement, but props to Toda understanding the matchup really well. Brought in Frontier, brought in Dreams at the same time, and they will have to bring in Zaim Senpai, the damage dealer for the side of Toda, managing to get a kill. And we are in a stalemate right now, 3-4-3. Toda are enjoying a lead, but it's not a big lead right now. 300 to 500 goal lead in the 5-minute mark.
It's not that big of a lead, but MB ideally wanted a bit more control at this stage of the game. I think the next objective fight is going to be the one that really starts setting the pace for how the rest of this game will go. Lolil with the flicker misses the timing on the deadly catch, but nice kick from Dreams. Unfortunately gets purified away. Dreams gonna need the flicker back out. Ruff gonna get spit on real good, and Lolil melts him down. Revitalize not gonna save him. Now Momo looking to enter, but Todak has already backed off.
Good engagement from Toda, good setup, good follow-up at the same time, and the timing is phenomenal as well, allowing Lolial to get that kill, and Ruff was the victim of that initiation. And when all that happened, Fondier got that top turret immediately because the focus was on the bot side. So long lane for the side of Toda is gonna get pushed right now.
With the kick on the bundles, once again delivers him into Zaim Senpai, and the RWM doesn't even get to show up before he dies. Uni now comes in from the flank. He's looking for Zaim Senpai. He gets pulled in with the I'm offended. He cannot follow up. And Todak right now doing a great job. Momo jumps in on Fondier, but they're not able to continue the pursuit.
Not gonna lie, Dreams, a lot of good catches right now. Twice managing to catch out Bundles off guard right now. No flicker, no RWM. There was no way escaping that particular death right now. Momo is going to be the front line right now.
Throne of Ruin on Trey into the AOG. Zai secures the turtle, but MB is looking to collapse right now. But Todak has the damage. They have the CC. Fondier flickers back out. Wave the dragon onto Uni. And Zion Senpai finds the last hit. They're also low, but Todak is still able to escape.
What a Throne of Ruins. Coming in from Momo right there. That was phenomenal. Unfortunately, he could not follow up right now. Zion!
Ooh, Zion's gonna get punished here. He dived way too deep. I'm offended, not gonna save him. And they'll find Fondier as well. They'll also find Zion. Senpai Ruff with the shutdown to bite back at the Swordfishes.
Soda could not get a grip on this game, man. I mean, they were doing quite well with all those kicks, with all those initiation from Dreams, but unfortunately, one mistake, one discipline mistake allowed Monster Vicious to crawl their way back into this game, and with that kill that they have gotten on that mid side, allow Monster Vicious to immediately take the heartbeat of the team, which is the mid turret right now. Toda gotta be more careful, gotta be more disciplined when they want to go for the engagement.
That was definitely a bit disrespectful. Toda got a really good fight initially, and then just basically threw the entire lead away because Zaya decided, hey, I'm gonna dive and try and kill Bundles right now, even when the rest of his team is around. So, the goal difference still even right now. Looking at the itemization, both cores are at 2 already completed. The goal difference not very notable in any particular position, except for maybe jungle, where Uni is definitely getting the chance to farm more comfortably.
Even with Bean as well as Cho on that top side, once they saw Momo, who was gonna be the one who's defending that top side, immediately Cho as well as Bean walked away because they know, they understand that we cannot kill this guy, we cannot burst down this Alice with the Deadliest Catch, even with the Crab Claw Cannon at the same time. So understanding the damaging limitation right there, very good decision making from the side of Toda, even though there was nobody there except for the Alice. Right now, Lot is gonna spawn on the top side, whereas Monster Vicious might be able to get this turret, but Fondir is gonna be tasked to defend that turret for now. Meanwhile, at the same time, Lancelot pushing the long lane is gonna be in the favors of Toda right now. Dreams just annoying right now.
Dreams has been trying to annoy Uni non-stop the whole game. We can see even Momo and Bundles have been pulled over just to make sure he's able to get the purple buff. But another fight is happening and Ruff has been caught out while Dreams was distracting them.
No.
Wait, the dragon gets avoided. Bundle is able to flicker out in time. But that's a lot of resources gone. Todak can now start working on the Lord. Uni coming in through the jungle. Going to eventually get spotted by Dreams. Fondir trying to stop Momo. I'm offended. Used on the Alice and Darkman comes out. RWM into the Fanny! Uni! Turning Todak into the fish fillet! And Messiah still able to secure the Lord away.
Alive, and not only that, allow himself, position himself in the most perfect position to open up that Throne of Ruins.
I think Todak needs to be a bit more aware here that MV has a really strong team fight comp. They cannot just be running into MV's side of the map here, especially when that real world manipulation is still available. Bundle so far doing a good job of positioning himself, and if Ruff didn't get picked off first in that previous engagement, MV could have won that fight really hard.
Yeah, I mean right now, even with the Lord has been taken by the side of Toda, they still cannot capture this mid turret. They are trying to focus on this top side, but then again, Momo is gonna immediately camp forward to do the defending. But okay, at least getting that bottom turret, still a win for the side of Toda. At least they do have the map control for now, but it's still far from over. Monster Vicious, Dafa did mention, they have a very strong team fight composition, so Toda do have to respect it. And of course, the target prioritization. Who are you gonna focus on? Are you gonna kick Momo? Are you gonna kick Bundles? Most likely it's gonna be Bundles. I think it's an easier target for you to burst down, not necessarily for Momo or even Leonie right now.
Being able to play the map is what is going to make the difference in the next few minutes here. We're 12 minutes into the game, kill score is even, goal difference is basically nothing. Both sides bringing their A game, but at the same time making costly mistakes that could have swung the game in their favor otherwise. Next Lord is up in 45 seconds, so we got a bit of downtime to see what these teams will do.
It's gonna be very scary though, because you do have to focus on the positioning of Fondir. If he gets a good I'm offended off, even if it's a single target I'm offended, right? That target is gonna get bursted immediately with the Lunox, with the Deadliest Catch from the Bean, and don't forget the Puncture Tonrose from Lancelot as well. But if Fondir gets a 2-3 man I'm offended, pretty sure Toda is just gonna hack havoc upon some Monster Vicious right now. In terms of itemization, it's not a big difference. 3 items from the side of the Bane, 3 items as well for the side of the Harith at the same time. So this is what we call a stalemate. It's a matter of positioning, it's a matter of discipline, and who gets the better pick off right now.
But having Divine Glaive completed on both Lolil and Zyme Senpo is actually very important. Not to mention Zyme went for Wishing Lantern second to try and melt down the squishier targets. Todak ideally wants to find Ruff or Bundles before the fight starts and take them out. That would give them a much better control over the fight in general. But MV's not going to give that to him.
I mean, MV do have the prior lead right now.
Flicker, Throne of Ruin, they're going in on Fondir. They found the Ruby, but he flickers out. He's alive. Uni gonna try and chase him down, but they found Ruff in return. It's going to be a much more better trade for Todak. And Lolil also murders Bundle in cold blood. The fight is completely scattered. Momo is too deep. Leonie loses the 1v1 against Zayed because of course he does. And now Momo is just trying to buy time, trying to escape. Should be able to get out. Todak with 4 members alive versus 2. Do they want to go for the Lord? No, they want to go for the kills. They get the way of the dragon onto the wrong target. Unfortunately, it goes on Momo. But look at Lolil's damage trying to execute that. Zayed with the shutdown.
It's enough. with the Phantom execution, with the Dahlia's catch, it's enough for you to take down the behemoth of the Alice right now. But it all thanks to Dreams right there, setting up the kills against Momo. But if we rewind it back against Dafa, Fondia, phenomenal play right there. He withstand the RWM, he withstand a lot of the damage as well, and managing to flicker away with the I'm offended at the same time. That alone bought enough time for Toda to maneuver around, to let the Bane wrap around the backside and uses the Deadliest Catch to catch Monster Vicious off guard. Man!
And that's why I'm biased. Favorite hero right there.
I don't blame you,
boys and girls.
I don't blame you at all right now, Sadafa. I mean, yeah, phenomenal Ruby player. Only Ruby can do such things right now.
Well, here comes the Lord. It's colliding deadly cast right through the target. I'm offended! But the RWM catches out the entirety of Todak. Everyone melting down in terms of HP, and somehow no one is dead except the poor tower in the bot lane. A beautiful play on both sides, but the structures are dropping one by one for Monster Vicious.
Yeah, I'm starting to understand why you like the draft from Todak right now. It's just, I wouldn't say an easy way to play, but one, it works, one, it clicks. You can see the damage output that Todak can bring with the I'm Offended, with the Deadliest Catch. You would like to see an I'm Offended into a Deadliest Catch, but just now, it was the Deadliest Catch first, and then the I'm Offended to just catch Monster Vicious off guard. Even with the RWM, even with the constant damage, Toda still managing to stay alive right now.
Momo is in trouble. He's surrounded. Flickers forward, Throne of Ruin, but it's a bit too late. AOT as well. Going to be putting Leone in a really bad spot. That's 2 members of MV picked off in an instant.
Toda, they are feeling themselves right now. Like I said Sudafar early on, I don't know what it is about MPL MY teams. When there are no pressure, when there's nothing on the line, they perform phenomenally well, out of this world even. And it is happening to Toda right now in game number 1, brought into game number 2.
And now they're crashing into base. Flicker! I'm offended! Fondier! He found Ruff! The Harif is gone! There's only 2 members alive on MV to defend the base. They're trying to buy time. They get the kick on Uni. It's a killing spree for Lolil! And they melt down bundles! The Swordfishes have done it! The spirit of Langar prevails! They've not just denied the upper brackets, they've denied the victory. They have clean swept Monster Vicious in their final game of the season.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Monster Vicious. Well, for once, I thought this. Okay, because Monster Vicious are known to be very inconsistent. One day you can win 2-0, another day you're gonna get battered. And you get battered by Toda. They are in disbelief as well. Like, where was this performance? Where was this kind of draft? Where was this kind of execution from Toda, right? 2-0. 2-0 for the side of Toda right now. Game 1, clean gameplay, phenomenal gameplay, cheese strat as well. Game number 2 brought in the same kind of mentality, a lot of crowd controls, the same kind of an idea, but the same old Langa that we know, the same old one-way train ticket. We're gonna rampage towards your base. We're gonna rampage towards the crystal. And that is what Toda did. I would like to hear what Toda has to say. So let's give it away to Rose for the winner's interview.
Perlawanan terakhir untuk Monster Vicious this regular season. Walaupun gagal mendapatkan upper bracket kali ini, tapi Monster Vicious masih lagi layak untuk pergi ke playoffs. Now, Momo, dengan keputusan kena 0-2 dengan Todak hari ini, ada kemungkinan besar kita boleh saksikan the first ever tiebreaker dalam sejarah MPL Malaysia nanti. So, selepas kekalahan ni, apa preparation Monster Vicious untuk the potential tiebreaker pada pukul 5 nanti?
Preparation kita orang just rehat dulu dan kita orang tengok dulu lah game SRG dengan Titan ni. So baru kita orang discuss lah nanti.
I see. So kena tengok dululah.
Tengok dulu.
Tapi you rasa ada tak?
Tak ada.
Tak ada? Tak nak? Nanti lagi bahaya. And of course, apa yang penyokong ataupun fans Monster Vicious boleh tunggu dekat playoffs? Any promises?
So fan-fan Monster Vision boleh tengok kita orang punya gameplay yang akan lagi better lah. So kita orang akan fix lah. Dan gameplay kita orang akan lagi better nanti.
Alright, itu semua orang akan tengok dan tunggu di playoffs nanti. And of course, Rose dapat special request. Haru, final words untuk regular season?
Okay, hello. First of all, saya nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada tulang belakang kita, fans dan family yang sentiasa datang tiap minggu dan menonton dari rumah. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. And then secondly, to our partner, to our partner, Nike, IUC, Callisto, Aurelia, so many actually. Sorry. And then Generasi Gomba, US Pizza, Infinix, MBL, thank you so much for supporting us throughout our journey for regular seasons. And then to our boss, Koga, sorry for our loss today, but thank you. If not for you, there will be no MV today. And then lastly, hopefully you guys can keep supporting us untuk playoff nanti. Kami akan tebus kekalahan kami pada hari ini. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Monster Vicious dan jumpa korang di playoffs. Thank you very much. And of course, yang pemenang match pertama hari ini adalah Toda! Yay! Okay, mungkin Rose nak cakap dengan Fondir dulu kot. Mana Fondir? Jangan gaduh. Baru menang. Fondir?
Kau cakap kenaan.
Fondir.
Melvin. Oh, Melvin. Dia malu. Lo.
Fondir, ini jauh sangat, depan sikit. Okay, ini adalah debut Fondir di dalam MPL atas pentas, and sekarang ni dapat tutup regular season dengan 2-0. Walaupun ini adalah perlawanan nothing to lose, apa perasaan Fondir hari ini?
Perasaannya ya pasti senang tapi campur sedih juga sih. Senang karena menang, sedih karena nggak playoff aja.
Tak apa-apa, season depan ada lagi kan? Mana tahu kita boleh tengok line up yang sama untuk Toda season depan, betul tak? Tengok, audience pun suka. Tapi guys, tadi kita sudah tengok perlawanan yang sangat menarik daripada Toda. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. Dewan Sri Putra, agak-agak siapakah MVP dia?
Zayed.
Ada beberapa nama, mari kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Zayed?
Udah bergaya.
Siapa? Fondir, hari ini berjaya menjadi roadblock untuk Monster Vicious dapat upper bracket. Tapi sebab korang 2-0, ada kemungkinan nanti di pukul 5 ada tiebreaker match. You rasa Aero ataupun Untitled yang akan masuk playoffs?
Siapa ya?
Sebab kalau Rose nak jelaskan, kalau Untitled masuk playoff nanti, dorang kena menang 2-0, nanti pukul 5 ada tiebreaker. Kalau Untitled kalah 0-2, tak ada tiebreaker. So you rasa siapa?
Kayaknya sih Untitled sih pasti yang masuk playoff.
Untitled masuk playoff?
Ya.
Kenapa sih?
Ya ada teman aja di situ.
Oh, siapa?
Karena ada teman aja.
Ada teman.
Ada Rasi.
Ada Rasi. Mau pesan apa-apa dekat Rasi enggak?
Ya semoga jangan ngebadut si di Malay lagi ya. Si Rasi.
Rasa semua orang setuju dengan benda tu. And of course Zayed. Zayed. Musim depan kita akan tengok enhanced franchise format. Ada apa-apa tak yang fans boleh tunggu ataupun stay tune untuk pasukan Toda untuk season depan?
Apa dia? Ulang.
Sini. Jauh sangat kot. Dia tinggi sangat. Okay. Zayed, season depan kan kita dah berubah. Kita jadi enhanced franchise format, betul? Is there anything yang fans boleh stay tune pasal Toda untuk season depan?
Tak tahu tu macam mana season depan sebab kita orang pun tak tahu perancangan Toda untuk season depan kan boleh dikatakan dah new era kan. Dia macam franchise juga. So kita tak tahu Toda still ada atau tak. Itu management punya urusan. Kalau ada, alhamdulillah. Kalau tak ada, insyaAllah kita orang masuk dekat tim mana yang kita orang adalah nanti.
Harap season depan kita boleh lagi lihat muka-muka di atas pentas ni. Thank you very much Zayed. Of course, Coach Nafari.
Halo.
Prestasi Zaza hari ini agak gila, tapi Coach happy tak? Zain tak mati 10 kali ni.
Tapi tadi udah disuruh tetap mati 10. Ternyata nggak sampai mati 10. Tapi mainnya agresif semua.
So happy?
Ya, happy.
Happy. Coach Nafari, ini adalah kali terakhir Toda ada di atas pentas untuk musim ini. Is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada...
Ada leg 2 dong, ada leg 2.
Gak ada.
Todak is ready buat leg 2.
Season depan. Coach Nafari, is there anything yang you nak cakap to your boys?
Gimana?
Anything yang you mau cakap kepada Todak boys on stage ni? Players.
Buat mereka semua, coaching staff, coach Ling, dev coach, player semua, Dreams, Foundir, Zaim, Elton, Zaid, Wanzi, semuanya terima kasih atas perjalanan kita bersama. Semoga kita semua bakalan improve ke depannya dan saya sangat bangga dengan perjalanan kita. Walaupun kita nggak lolos playoff, tapi kita ngelakuin yang terbaik sampai terakhir. Jadi thank you semuanya.
And of course, Coach, anything to the fans? Last day, ramai yang support Toda.
Oke, pertama terima kasih juga buat Boslan, buat para semua VP Todak, Abang Lord. Makasih semuanya dan yang paling pasti dan paling penting, terima kasih buat semua Todak Patriot, fans Todak. Semoga kedepannya kita bisa mendapatkan hasil yang lebih baik. Mohon maaf karena kita nggak sampai ke playoff di season ini, tapi terima kasih atas dukungannya.
Thank you very much, Coach Nafari. One last time. Siapa kita?
Todak! Siapa kita? Todak! Siapa kita? Todak! Todak! Bangga!
Yay, thank you very much. And of course, Toda, you may give your final bow in 3, 2, 1. Sekali lagi. Alright, thank you very much, Toda. Ladies and gentlemen, inilah dia Toda. And of course, untuk match seterusnya, kita akan saksikan whether Untitled ataupun Aero yang akan mendapatkan tiket terakhir ke playoffs. But before that, mari let's ride back to the casters to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, showing it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Rose, for the winners interview. It's a bittersweet moment, not gonna lie, seeing Toda up on that stage. And as Fondia did mention, Rose asked him, like, how do you feel? Like, yep, happy with the win. Impressive win, but of course sad as well, not being able to qualify for playoffs. I do feel him, and I feel the same way at the same time because, you know, Toda is a staple name, is an organization that has been in MPL and MY for so long. We do have an era for them as well, and right now, bowing down for the last time. Well, we're unsure as of yet because we don't know what the future might hold. But I'm not gonna lie to you, Mustafa, I do feel, you know, my manly tears might come out with that final bow just now, like, because of that performance. If that performance was not showcased today, I feel fine. But with that kind of performance, I feel like, man, if you brought this back in week number 1, day number 1 can be different.
It's a sad feeling knowing that Todak is not going to the playoffs when they're really starting to perform well, but at the same time, it's not something to feel terrible about because that was probably one of the most feel-good send-offs we've had for a team at the end of the regular season. Being able to claim a victory like this, being able to show the world, hey, we're still here to fight, we're still going to bring our A game, even if we're not able to move forward. And I hope all the best for their future as well. But this game was just impressively done. Honestly, it was a difficult one for them. So much team fight set up on MV. If you make one wrong move, you just get melted down inside the RWM. But Todak knew what they were doing.
I feel like the ban against that Grog, and you did mention this early on in game number 1, like Leone and Bondos, a phenomenal duo, right? A very dynamic duo, especially when Leone gets a hands on that Grog. But when you deny the Grog from Leone, suddenly the mid duo, the dynamic mid duo of Leone and Bondos feels a bit lethargic, feels a bit slow, feels a bit, missing pieces. The spiciness is gone from this mid duo, and Toda drafted that to a T. You get rid of certain heroes that feels very strong for this mid duo, especially the Grog, especially the Zushin as well, and you play around with your own teamfight capabilities, your own crowd control. Yes, you do have to emphasize on the focus in terms of there's a lot of team fights. Momo is gonna go from the front to back line immediately. There's going to be the AOG, there's going to be the Fanny at the same time. But even if you have a lot of crowd controls for the side of Todak, you have the Way of the Dragon, you have the Cho, you have the I'm Offended from the Ruby at the same time. If you don't synchronize well between all of your skill set, you can't catch the Fanny, you can't catch the Alice out, you can't catch Harith out. But Todak, I mean, they put their egos aside, they put the individuality aside, they played as a team, and this is the result. Even though it was hard, even though it was tough, they proved themselves that they can. And the most important part about this whole match today, for me, I feel, the key takeaway is, if let's say all of these players are not going to stay in one team together, individually they can still play. So who knows, in the future, other organization might have the chances to get their service for their own team.
I mean, who knows, right? Enhanced franchise format is a brand new era for MPL MY. We have no idea what the future holds, so we can only speculate, wait and see. For now, we can highlight that Zayed was the rich guy with the highest GPM. Probably didn't get the pop off as much as we saw the prime Zayed Lancelot, but still did his job as necessary. Zaim Sempoi also looking a lot better now that he is actually attempting to be aggressive. While he didn't quite get the kills that Coach Nafari was hoping for him, the deaths I mean, he still did an excellent job here. Leone unfortunately not quite able to open up the map as much on a hero like Todd, especially with Dreams on this show, getting those pickoffs left and right. His gameplay is what made sure Todak were always at the numerical advantage.
Well, my vote for the rumor of the day, despite not seeing game number 2 as of yet, will definitely have to be Dreams. Using the Badang to a T, using the Cho phenomenally well, the flanks that came in from left to right, front to back, regardless of any kind of angles, any kind of situation, you can always rely on Dreams to set things up for yourself. Monster Vicious, as we take a deeper look at the highlights early on, looks really, really well. I mean, Momo, not gonna lie, played out of his mind, not gonna lie, right? I mean, a lot of Throne of Ruins, phenomenal. 3-man Throne of Ruins, 4-man Throne of Ruins, but hey, he's just one guy at the end of the day, and one guy versus 5 guys who are all in sync between one and another is gonna be tough to beat.
And we're also starting to see Lolil really pop off on those fighter goal lanes. Already mentioned this earlier, this is the style of gameplay he knows he can play. And here, initially MV started the fight so well, but then the mass crowd control coming in from Fondier because Monster Vicious dived a bit too deep and stacked their bodies allowed Todak to turn things around. At points, you could see, okay, MV, they're starting to fight back, they're starting to find some advantage. Todak just showed that they were still able to turn around those situations.
This was the biggest moment by Fondier. Flicker backwards just to survive, and it allowed Lolia to go onto the backside, just eliminating bundles immediately whilst using the RWM. Man, that is so tough. That is so disrespectful as well. Imagine you're using your RWM, and from the back end, there's a lot of shots coming in towards you. Like, who would have thought?
Especially from the goal laner as well. If Lolil messed up, he could have gotten melted in an instant.
Right.
But the setup was there. He had faith in the team, and that's what was lacking the entire time. In the first few weeks for Todak, they just looked so disjointed. And they finally come together. I don't know what finally brought them together. Maybe it was just a shared desire to ruin the hopes and dreams of others, but either way, a great final showing from Todak.
I really hope there is like a certain content creator out there study this Todak case, because I don't understand it at all. How can you from week number 1 up until week number 4 or 5 like perform really badly as a team, and from that to performing like this, 2-0, and not only just 2-0, but a statement of you played well, you synchronize well between one another, the draft is good, the execution is there, and you play like there's nothing to worry about. Maybe that is the biggest key takeaway, playing without having nothing to worry about. If they can get that mindset, put it in week number 1, it could have been a different story.
Even from the very beginning, we knew that Coach Nafari actually had very solid drafts.
Right.
He had a good understanding of his opponents.
I agree.
How to draft for his team and how to counter the opponents. They just needed better coordination. And it's sad that it took so long for them to find it. And because of that, they're not making it to playoffs. But hey, they made a splash.
I mean, Coach Nafari, I'm sorry, we're not playing double round robin here in MPL MY. So unfortunately, this will be the end of the road for Toda as well as Monster Vicious. They will make it to playoff. But hey, we're gonna leave you guys with the mic check for game number 1 before we jump into SRG OG versus Untitled. See you guys later.
Boleh tak? Gua tutup kan? Mantap. Ya, bukan lagi tuan. Ada Fanny tuan, ingat tuan.
Ada gua.
Ayo, okey. Gas saja.
Panik ke kurung. Hati-hati.
Nice, benang kita guys. Tengok. Lagi.
Let's go, Fanny.
Dipanggil.
Lihat nih, kenapa orang nih?
Wow.
Gua cabut bawah ya.
Cabut.
Itu apaan?
Moment of the year, Dok. Matt. Orang. Dikau tolak dulu Dulu. Dikau tolak. Sini. Dikau. Ti. Gua tengah. Okey, gua tengah. Ayo.
Tadi udah enggak play banget. Di dot enggak ada orang. Ada orang. Dia mau makan gua lihat nih. Tom happy guys. Dia komit gua. Aman gua.
Hari dulu guys.
Hari mati. Dia komit gua. Untuk Fanny.
Lari ke gua ya, aman ada gua kalau depan nih.
Depan lo ya. Elis banget. Gak ada flicker Elisnya. Bisa gak Elis dulu?
Nice.
Gak tahu sih. Jaga. Boleh. Tiga. Jangan. Aku nih lagi.
Jangan ngomong tahu sih guys.
Udah geser dah.
Semua. Iya. Gua lihat.
Ya. Flicker aja.
Sabar. Enggak hari itu belum show hari itu.
Tunggu mana ya? Coba kak. Ada.
Tarik.
Mapa! Bawa.
Fanny gua stun.
Nah, gua kick.
Fanny.
Anaknya.
Bye. Saya boleh nih.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1. CeraVe baru blemish control membersih 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
So much talk of AI in tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like? When will we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating. Mars is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
7 tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL NYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Noon bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zon, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboys, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menebatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
This is the brand new Aspirin skins.
Huh?
For the aspirants!
I will be the shadow behind her light.
Whose outshines the stars, Vexana.
Destiny aligns us under a shooting star. We are the aspirants.
Alright guys, so we are back to watch some more gameplays from the Future Pros tournament. As you can see right now, right, the meta right now is very interesting down in the gold lane, because gold lane now consists of like the mage and the fighter, right? So we can see that nowadays people in the tournament is also using other than MM, right, non-MM gold lane. So let's see how they adapt the patch. It seems like they are adapting really well. And again, they are constantly sending out chips to just send the Bane in the fight. Sending the shark, Oh, nice. Now you can see that Mage Bane is really kind of strong in this meta. Thank you, Innocent, for creating this monster. My boy! My boy is Sky Piercing. Yeah, you can see that he's really using the Mage Bane really well. So it's good to see that people are adapting meta quickly.
Okay guys, nama saya Lefel, saya dengan Zorn. Zorn, disebabkan kau pakai Fanny Roam, aku akan tanya kau, hero apa yang tak boleh jadi Roam? Kau diam je. Kalau ada hero yang kau memang tak boleh buat Roam, kau just cakap dah. Okay, kita start. Hayabusa. Mia. Leila. Saber. Okay, nampak gayanya memang semua hero dia boleh buat. Cik, Messi, cik. Okay. Aku tanya Zohan, sekarang aku tanya kau, okay? Aku akan sebut hero-hero dekat dalam ML, okay? Kalau hero ni kau tak boleh pakai, kau terus cakap, okay? Fanny.
Aku macam boleh.
Alright, itu je. So Zohan boleh pakai semua, dia tak boleh Fanny. See you guys later. Is gonna be using Vexana and Gwen. Just describe, don't tell me who.
I'm gonna describe. Okay, so maybe.
Well, is there anyone on that team that Team.Corona wants to target? Give us a clue. Okay. Who's gonna get target?
1, 2, 3.
Arcadia.
You want to attack the coach, huh?
Yes.
Basically, the other team wants to target only you.
Oh, to be honest, we already predicted that. That's why we have a counter gameplay.
Okay. So what is the base strategy that you guys have?
Maybe akan duduk dalam base.
Do you think the draft will be very important?
Ya, kita orang akan buatkan draft yang paling bagus untuk dorang. Bagus untuk kita orang. Bagus untuk dorang jangan.
We are the aspirants.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1. CeraVe baharu Blemish Control membersih 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
So much talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
7 tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL NYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rimau, Nun bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboys, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
is the brand new Aspirin skins.
For the aspirants.
I will be the shadow behind her light.
And outshines the stars, Vexana.
Destiny aligns us under a shooting star. We are the aspirants.
Alright guys, so we are back to watch some more gameplays from the Future Pros tournament. As you can see right now, right, the meta right now is very interesting down at the gold lane, because gold lane now consists of like the mage and the fighter, right? So we can see that nowadays people in the tournament is also using other than MM, right, non-MM gold lane. So let's see how they adapt the patch. It seems like they are adapting really well. And again, they are constantly sending out chips to just send the bane in the fight. Sending the shark, Oh, nice. Now you can see that Mage Bane is really kind of strong in this meta. Thank you, Innocent, for creating this monster. My boy! My boy is Sky Piercing. Yeah, you can see that he's really using the Mage Bane really well. So it's good to see that people are adapting the meta quickly.
Okay guys, nama saya Lefel, saya dengan Zorn. Zorn, disebabkan kau pakai Fanny Roam, aku akan tanya kau, hero apa yang tak boleh jadi Roam? Kau diam je. Kalau ada hero yang kau memang tak boleh buat Roam, kau just cakap dah. Okay, kita start. Hayabusa. Mia. Leila. Saber. Okay, nampaknya memang semua hero dia boleh buat. Cik, Messi, cik. Okay. Aku tanya Zohan, sekarang aku tanya kau, okay? Aku akan sebut hero-hero dekat dalam ML, okay? Kalau hero ni kau tak boleh pakai, kau terus cakap, okay? Fanny.
Aku macam boleh.
Alright, itu je. So Zohan boleh pakai semua, dia tak boleh Fanny. See you guys later. Is gonna be using Vexana and Gwen. Just describe, don't tell me who.
I'm gonna describe. Okay, so maybe.
Well, is there anyone on that team that Team.Corona wants to target? Give us a clue.
Okay.
Who's gonna get target?
1, 2, 3.
Arcadia!
You want to attack the coach, huh?
Yes.
Basically, the other team wants to target only you.
Oh, to be honest, we already predicted that. That's why we have a counter gameplay.
Okay. So what is the base strategy that you guys have?
Maybe akan duduk dalam base.
Do you think the draft will be very important?
Ya, kita orang akan buatkan draft yang paling bagus untuk dorang. Bagus untuk kita orang. Bagus untuk dorang jangan.
We are the aspirants.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1. CeraVe baharu Blemish Control membersih 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
7 tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Nur bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zon, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menebatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
This is the brand new Aspirin skins. Huh?
For the aspirants.
I will be the shadow behind her light.
Outshines the stars, Vexana.
Destiny aligns us under a shooting star. We are the aspirants.
Alright guys, so we are back to watch some more gameplays from the Future Pros tournament. As you can see right now, right, the meta right now is very interesting down in the gold lane, because gold lane now consists of like the mage and the fighter, right? So we can see that nowadays people in the tournament is also using other than MM, right, non-MM gold lane. So let's see how they adapt the patch. It seems like they are adapting really well in the game. They are constantly sending out chips to just send the Bane in the fight. Sending the shark, Oh, nice. Now you can see that Mage Bane is really kind of strong in this meta. Thank you, Innocent, for creating this monster. My boy! My boy is Sky Piercing. Yeah, you can see that he's really using the Mage Bane really well. So it's good to see that people are adapting meta quickly.
Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik pemula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak sedang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak menyala mengalah. Kami luar biasa, semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata simas. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak akhir bukan calang-calang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eyo, eyo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa, semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga,
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playas. Predator Badlands, in cinemas on 6 November. An action-adventure horror, set in the future on a deadly remote planet. Predator Badlands follows a young predator outcast who finds an unlikely ally in Tia as he embarks on a treacherous journey in search of the ultimate adversary on the most dangerous planet in the universe where everything is trying to kill you. Catch Predator Badlands in cinemas 6 November. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Predator Badlands movie tickets for IMAX or 4DX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 16. This is week 6, day number 3, the final day of the regular season. My name is Said Adin. Together with me is Sadafa, who's going to be accompanying you guys throughout the day. And we have reached our, or might be, final game of the day if there are no tiebreakers. We would hope so. I mean, from the caster side, but of course for you guys, pretty sure you guys want a lot more entertainments, but we shall see, because it's going to be SRGOG facing off Untitled. Not only that, the playoff spot, the last playoff spot is on the line. But for you guys, we do have a bit of shout out to you guys. The new Celcom DJ app is here, is now. You guys make sure you guys download the new Celcom DJ app at the booth of MPL MY. You guys can activate your own Celcom DJ account and you can ask for the stuff for verification. And not only that, you can receive MLBB diamonds. So not only you guys get a good range of telecommunication line, but you guys can get MLBB diamonds. But today is our last day for regular season, of course. So maybe afterwards, you guys can visit the Celcom DG booth in Maib Serdang for playoffs.
Yeah, but if you guys want to score even more, we even have the Celcom DG MPL Fan Challenge, where you can sign up on the Celcom DG MPL microsite to earn challenge points and redeem them for diamonds, player trading cards, or the exclusive Celcom DG Mythical Chest. So if you guys happen to be here at the venue, make sure you guys visit the Celcom DG booth while you still have the chance, because this is going to be our final day here at Stadium at Dewan Sri Putra, actually, because we're going to be shifting to a new venue for the playoffs. And like what Adin has already mentioned, this is the official in quotes, final match of the regular season. SRGOG takes on Untitled, and Untitled only needs 1 point, one game. They don't need to win the series, they just need to take 1 game off of SRG if they want to move on to playoffs.
Right now, is it either gonna be Untitled or is it gonna be the favorites of Aero Esports, who's on the line right now for the last playoff spot? But let's dive straight into the player lineup for SRGOG. I mean, there won't be any changes because this will be the main 5 for SRGOG. Innocent, Yum, Stormy, Sky Scram last time out after facing off Monster Vision, what was a dominating performance by SRGOG. I would expect the same, if not even more stronger, even more cleaner team fights, draft, and overall execution from Selangor Giants OG Esports.
The most terrifying thing about this team is the fact that they have stated and proven multiple times that it doesn't matter if they've already guaranteed first place in the playoff. They are still going to match you with their full strength. They are not going to give you any pity points, which means that Untitled will have to earn their place in the playoffs themselves.
SkyZ, Rasi, Storm, Kimin, Siska will need to dig deep within them. The beliefs that they have, the confidence that they have. They need to bring not only their E-game, but a perfect, flawless game if they want to take at least 1 point away from the behemoth of Selangor Giants OG Esports. But do remember, it's not impossible because Selangor Giants OG Esports have dropped a few points before this against GMX Kelantan, against Homeboys, against CG Esports as well. So it's very much doable, but it's not going to be an easy task.
It's not going to be easy for anyone, really, but I am excited to see if they are capable of it. Just like the previous match where CG was watching behind the scenes to see whether or not they would take the upper bracket slot, Aero Esports is going to be watching with bated breath to see whether or not it is them or Untitled who will be claiming that final slot in the playoffs. 1 point is what will decide it all. And wow, this is a nice poster.
I do have to agree. This looks like a AAA movie trailer, poster or some kind, right? 1 point decided all for the fate of Untitled, and of course the fate of Arrow Esports, who I'm pretty sure they are gonna watch this game closely wherever they are right now. Could be at their gaming house, could be somewhere else, we don't even know. But for Untitled, it's a do or die for them, but only takes 1 point for them to qualify for playoffs. But it's all a lot on the line. And we talk about how pressure takes the best out of MPL MY teams. And this could be the biggest test of all for Untitled. They could have easily avoided this if they have only won, against other teams. If they've only not lost 0-2 against other teams as well. But hey, just proven that MPL MY are becoming more and more competitive where anyone can beat anyone else.
It has been quite the journey here this season. A lot of unexpected up and downs, all the way up until the final day as well. Even the first match of the day, we never could have predicted that result.
Ooh, yeah.
That Todak, despite no longer having chance to make the playoffs, would still school Monster Vicious in such a way. And it's the first time I think this has ever really happened where we still have one question of who makes it to the playoffs at the very last match of the regular season. So we have to ask you guys for your opinions as well. Do you guys think Untitled have what it takes to steal 1 point? Scan the QR code below to tell us your answer.
Not gonna lie, of course I'm not being biased or whatnot, but this is a very, very straightforward question for majority of the people. I'm guessing a lot of people are gonna vote for B. I guess because the fan base of SRG OG is quite big, and we know how
they're right here actually. Look at them back there.
I mean, this side is a lot of Untitled. That side is a lot of SRG OG. But not only that, I mean, the performance of SRG OG being the champions of MSC 2024, the champion here in Malaysia. They are en route for 4-pit, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, and there's SRG too. Now they're walking by.
See, they're behind us.
You guys already can tell based on the fact that they're here that we're gonna have a walk-in.
We do.
Final one of the regular season. I'm excited.
I mean, do scan the QR code. We would like to hear what you guys think. I mean, I'm pretty sure there are some Untitled fans out there, or maybe haters of Arrow Esports as well. You would want to vote for E, I suppose.
I wonder how many actual haters there are out there, right? There's you maybe not thinking too much about a team, and then there's people who are like, I hate this team.
Yeah, just for the sake of hating, right? I mean, not a pure hate. It's just a matter of maybe you don't want them to qualify for playoffs. But hey, it's all up to you guys. Scan the QR code down below and let us know what you guys think. But I want to know what you think. Do you think Untitled have what it takes to at least one game? Just one game. I'm not asking for a 2-0.
I think it's possible.
Okay.
I actually had a very small discussion with Mars before this. We kind of talked about the situation, and we both pointed out that hey, Untitled tends to perform the best when they're under pressure.
Okay.
But we have the feeling that they won't be truly pressured until they lose game 1.
So you're saying that they need to lose game 1?
Yeah.
And put all of their eggs in game number 2 then?
Pretty much, yes.
But we do have seen a few instances or cases where SRG OG just steamroll against a team. Monster Vicious, for instance, right? I mean, a dominating performance where Uni could not do anything about it. There could be the case of that SRG OG coming to the battlefield.
Personally, I still remember season 15, alright? Towards the end of the playoffs. It was the matchup between Homeboys and DXS in the lower bracket finals, and I was actually kind of sad we didn't get to see DXS play against SRG. Now we actually get that chance.
I do have to agree, it's gonna be very, very spicy, but let's not wait any longer. Let's introduce both teams onto the battlefield right now. Introducing our marshals that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. We thank Raz, Edmund, Nuna, Izzat. We thank you once again for your very much hard work.
Selangor Giants OG Esports.
The Red Giants march into battle for the final time this regular season. While their upper bracket slot is already secured, their opponents today are still fighting tooth and nail for a playoff seat. Having crushed the momentum of many before, will history repeat itself once more? Can anyone stop their rampage, or will they continue their reign of dominance over all who stand in their way? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the unstoppable conquerors, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports! After a hard-fought 2-1 victory against GMXK on the opening day, they return today ready to give everything they've got in pursuit of the final playoff spot. With their form still shaky, can they steal a crucial point from the reigning conquerors of MPL Malaysia? Can they rekindle the fairy tale run that once defined their season? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Untitled!
Introducing the head of League Ops, Franklin, along with the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every game. For SRG OG, we have Coach Arcadia, as well as Coach Ozaraveki. Meanwhile, for Untitled, we do have Coach Theo, alongside with Pozan. Let's keep it going with a fist bump between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is gonna be the Malaysian sportsmanship.
The final match of the regular season is upon us, ladies and gentlemen, and with it a battle for the final playoffs spot. A single victory is all it'll take for Untitled. A single point snatched away from the reigning conquerors, from the giants of MPL Malaysia, will make this team's dreams come true. But the giants will not make it easy for them.
Most definitely, it won't be easy for Untitled. I mean, if you want the best, you have to go through the biggest of challenges to prove that you are worthy of that playoff spot. Let's talk about the draft that is going to commence later on. But even before that, we do have to take note on what kind of map that we're going to be getting in that particular matchup. But before that even, we do have one graphic for you guys. MPL MY food chain. Can Untitled complete the cycle of SRG OG against GMX Kelantan, who beaten Toda, and then Vamos beat Toda, and then CG beat Vamos, Team Ray beat CG, Arrow beat Team Ray, Homeboys beat Arrow, Monster Vicious beat Homeboys, Untitled beat Monster Vicious, and now I don't know what's gonna happen.
I think you read that backwards.
Oh, my bad.
I think you've been reading that backwards. It's the other way around.
My bad.
But it's okay. I think we all understand that we've got a very weird food chain happening this season, where in the past, right, you'd be able to identify, oh, some of these teams are clearly stronger than the others, and when they match up, it's so easy to tell who is going to win. But this season, we have not had that fail-safe. It has been impossible to predict how some of these matches have went.
If I were a betting man, I wouldn't want to bet this season, man. I'm pretty sure I lost a lot of money.
I think this season is a great example of why you should not gamble.
This is the whole reason why you should not do that. Okay, we do have a bit of information from our Lickster right now. Before this match, Innocent told me he wants a clean sweep. He wants to clean sweep CG in the playoffs. Because of that 1 point SIJ lost to CG, he also said that Homeboys is definitely stronger than CG. Nothing to do with this game. But okay, sure, I guess.
Innocent already has his gaze set afar. Obviously, they've confirmed their position. They are number one. Whether they lose or win this match, it actually does not change anything at all. And yet, they're still going to play their A game. They're still going to fire at full power all the way into the playoffs as well. That is what has kept them dominant as the kings of MPL Malaysia for so long. And it's going to be an uphill battle here for Untitled.
we did see a lot of show coming in for today, right? Most likely from the side of Toda, of course. One with Lolial in the gold lane and one for Dreams in the roam side. And talking about Cho, that is a comfort pick for Rasi at the same time. And we've seen Rasi using it once they face off GMX Kelantan on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Question is, are they gonna rely upon this comfort pick or so-called comfort pick for Rasi to use up for this game number 1, or are they gonna change things up? I feel like if you change things up in a very crucial match, in a very vital match, it's not gonna do you good. But then again, it could be the unknown kryptonite that can get you that victory as well.
Now we have to remember, the last time Untitled tried to majorly change things up, it cost them the entire season's momentum. I'm talking about all the way back in week 2 when Project Next first dropped and Untitled tried completely changing their team lineup and style to fit it, and it did not work. And it caused them to go on a complete downward spiral before they finally started locking in again. But now they only have one more chance. And the draft is going to play an important role in determining whether or not they can steal that 1 point needed from the Selangor Red Giants. It's going to be match 2, game 1. Dangerous Grass makes its return.
I mean, we did see a fun fact in match number 1 where the last time we saw Dangerous Grass was in week 5, and now twice in the same day, Dangerous Grass is going to be the map of choice for this particular matchup. SRGOG start things off with banning the Fadrian, the Arlot, as well as the Zuxin. So allowing SRGOG to pick up the Yi Senshin as the first pickup. I feel like it's a no-brainer unless they want to go for a different route. Maybe a Kalia first pick for Yums.
Yeah, that's the challenge. It's right. Kalea or Yi Senshin first pick. Untitled is trying to trade the heroes.
Okay.
But SRG doesn't even bite the bullet. They go straight for the Baxia. Now, this already makes you think most likely it is a tank jungle lineup from SRGOG. And so far, Baxia has not really been flexed into other positions. There was once when it was played roam, but otherwise, is this just going to be a standard draft?
I feel like there could be more from this Baxia, right? I feel like there is a possibility that this Baxia is going to go to the roam side. But then again, when you have Kalia, when you still have Cho available for Yums, most likely it's going to be a Baxia jungle. Meanwhile, Untitled securing a very early Lapu Lapu, as well as the Granger. I think this is more of a comfort pick for Untitled, for Siska, as well as Skyzet. You know, he is very much familiar with the Granger so far, and SRGOG replied immediately with a pick of their own, the Gatot Kacha and Kimi. So not changing things up too much for SRGOG, going for something is much more familiar to them. So I think that's the idea for at least game number 1.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going for double fighter side lane here. Seems very standard. They're going to have Kimi scaling in the mid, and then a typical marksman hero for Innocent to completely go back to basics. Untitled, we can also see that they are locked in. As you pointed out, these 2 first picks are comfort heroes for some of their major players. One disadvantage that Untitled has been dealing with coming into this meta is that Skyzet doesn't seem to be capable of playing fighter goal lane. Compared to a lot of other goal laners, he just hasn't even made the attempt to do so. So they want to prioritize heroes like Ranger for him.
Yeah, it's gonna be Eve focusing down on the map control with the RWM, as well as not to forget, the cooldown on the Void Blast Void Crystal is very quick, so you can dish out a good amount of poking damage against SRGOG, against the Gatot Kacha at the same time. But it's not going to be easy. You do have to be careful from the AOG, as well as the Traction Pulse coming in from the Kimi later on. Untitled, a quick ban on the Esmeralda, not allowing any kind of disturbance being dealt upon the Lapu Lapu. But then again, we are talking about Crab. Give him anything, he will definitely make it work. Uranus is still there. Even Glue is still there. I feel like Glue could be a good option for you to go to on the back line and to just cause havoc in the side of Untitled later on.
Ooh, the Guinevere ban as well. They're getting rid of basically all the tank options to force Keeman onto an assassin. Looking at the assassin pool remaining, we do still have some good options. The Hayabusa is still there. We also have a bit of a fun fact here. If Untitled is able to sweep SRG 2-0, it'll be the first time ever that teams need 15 points to reach the playoffs, since there are no clear dominators this season. One of the most intense ones we've had.
Oh, I mean, required 15 points to just qualify for playoffs. I feel like that is a tall order, heavy ass as well, because in previous season I feel like it was maybe at least 12 or 13 points that you will be needing to be able to qualify for your playoff spot. A ban against the Yuzong. Very unorthodox, and I would say out of nowhere even, because SRG OG, I feel like never played the Yuzong for this season. Only Vamos have brought it out when they were facing yesterday. Gorgeous did manage to use it, but interesting, very interesting.
We can see that Untitled, Coach Dio trying to force Cram onto a sandbag EXP laner, basically getting rid of all the EXP laners that could duel Lapu Lapu directly, as well as those that can dive the backline quite easily. So they want to give SkyZ as much space as possible. The only one left for SRG to maybe go for would be the Arlet, but that doesn't have the best laning phase as well into the Lapu. So we can see that Untitled really locking in, trying to make sure everything is in order. The Cho is the final ban, and then the Grok gets locked in for Rasi.
I like that pick. I like that pick coming in from Untitled. You have a Grok Eve combination, one of the scariest combination that you can provide in terms of poking, in terms of clearing as well. And not only that, the wall as well as the tectonic charge works well with the RWM. At the same time, you have a Death Sonata on your backside and Lapu Lapu to jump in the front line later on. But right now, SRG OG, in terms of goal lane, I can see a world where Bean is picked up here. I think works well up against the Granger. Once you hit level 2, you can sustain very off well. Or if you want to play the long lane, Moskov is still there.
I don't think it's the right game for that. Claude is definitely safer here. There's a lot of team fight. There's a lot of cat coming in from Untitled, so Innocent needs ways to get in and out of the fight more easily. And then the Alice is going to be the option for Cram here. I had a feeling that this was going to be what they went for, but I wasn't sure if it was something they would truly lock in, since they would ideally want a more bruiser style EXP lane to match up damage. But since they've got two very late game scalers, they're willing to give that up.
Do they go for the Hayabusa here? I know that it's a comfort hero for Kimin, but looking at the lineup of SRGOG, there's a lot of body up front. You have the Gatot, the Boxer, even an Alice. One Augie Shadow Kill is not going to be enough, and hence why they still opt to go for a Joy. Feels like it's still similar as the Hayabusa. I don't much sure, or I'm unsure if you have enough damage to take down all of these frontliners.
Joy is risky. I thought that Untitled might go for like super safe and go into a Kai jungle or something like that, just to have an extra body in front. Joy can work, can dive hard, but if you get whacked by anything on this lineup, Kimin is going to have a rough time, and his performance this season has been fairly inconsistent. Can he pull it together one final time?
I mean, you are facing off an Alice as well as a Lapu Lapu. Both heroes can dive into the backline very consistently. One have a bigger ultimate than the other, one have a bigger crowd control than the other. So we shall see who will definitely take game number 1 between SRGOG and Untitled.
This officially marks the beginning of the final series of the MPL Malaysia Season 16 regular season. The Conquerors take on the previous season's Dark Horses. A single point on the line for the final playoff slot. Who shall claim it? Which destiny shall be realized today?
Look at Yums immediately showcasing himself before Rasi even get the chance to open up the map. They want to clear off this minute as fast as possible, and they would want to control that early game pressure right now.
Guys is stealing jungle already.
Wow!
Do they know this Untitled? No, they don't.
No, they don't.
They don't know. This is already a terrible start.
I think that is why Yums and Stormy went in immediately forward, right? They want the what you call it? The attention towards them, and it allows guys to steal the buff away, and they did that to a T.
Means that Kimin is going to have to take the risk. He's going to try and steal away the opposite side as well. Vertical jungling happening here. Lucky for him, he saw Skies rotate up top, so he knows that he's not challenging the buff for now.
But Yums is gonna come over. He's going to see Keemin here. Retri is still 1 second off cooldown. Keemin can get it. Yes, he does. He matches up and he dashes out.
He matches well with Skies right now, but they're not gonna stop. They're gonna try to kill Keemin off here, but I don't think they can.
Ooh, just barely misses the stun there. Stormy almost picked off himself. So far, not a bad response from Untitled. Oh, ooh, the flicker forward! Rossi, one hit away from taking out Stormy.
Wow, what a flicker from Rossi, and as Stormy immediately responds with his skill set of his own right there to dodge away a death. I mean, from the get-go right now, Untitled and SRG OG looking very confident in their own capabilities right now.
And that's exactly what we want to see. That's exactly what we hope for here. So far, even with the movements across the map, no notable advantages have been made, and now the first turtle is up.
I mean, Baxia from Skies have not reached level 4 yet, so there are going to be some delays towards SRG OG's attempt on getting this this turtle. But
Crab comes in, Stome is in some trouble, gonna be taken down to very low HP before the fight even begins. That's gonna make things a little bit more difficult, and Skies knows it. He's already on top of the turtle. Yums continuing to zone out both Stome and Keemin. Revitalize Yums. Rasi comes in from behind. Not level 4 yet. Throne of Ruin lands on 2. Keemin gets taken out. First blood to Skies. Siska flickers forward. Raging Slash. He wants to greed for Stormy, but he's not able to get over the wall in time. He'll eventually get the last hit. But while that time was happening, Rasi goes down to Innocent, and Skies dives the tower to pick off Siska.
Who would have thought an early rotation from even Innocent right there, from bot to top, immediately right there, and getting a kill for himself as well. 1 kill towards Innocent, and this is definitely gonna help him out in terms of the laning phase. But not only that, I have to rewind it back early on, how Cram positioned himself very well, uses the Throne of Ruins, trying to catch Keemin off guard, and managing to get a kill onwards to Keemin, and it allows Skies again to get a free turtle right there.
Positioning from Untitled wasn't strong enough around the pit there, and now Rasi going to get whacked pretty notably. Another traction pulse comes in. Stome gonna be the instant target. AOG gets the knockup. Wow, the tectonic charge a bit too slow. Siska now looking for Stormy, but Purify comes out on the Landshaker, and the Electrifying Beast is too far away. Cram also completely zoning Skyzed out and allowing Innocent to melt his opponent in the goal lane.
This is not looking good for Untitled right now, because SRG OG have the momentum going with them, have the rhythm of play as well. As early as 4th minute mark, 2k goal lead in the hands of SRG OG. Not only that, the map control is starting to lean towards SRG OG right now. Crab focusing on 2 right now. It does not matter.
Look at how much damage he's tanking and healing inside the minion wave.
Oh my god.
It's so easy for the captain of the Giants.
I mean, I took a look at the player cam. Siska just laughed away like we're not doing anything to him right now. He can just walk away without any hesitation right there. I mean, okay, Untitled, you do have an idea, but now you do have a definition on, okay, the biggest problem that we have right now is damage. We don't have enough damage. We should not look for team fights. We should not look for pick-off. Get a few more itemization first, and maybe start to look for more team fights or more re-engagement. But SRG OG, they're not gonna stop. They're gonna apply their pressure. They're gonna push the envelope further and further right now.
Yeah, Untitled already in a tricky place. Skies rolls in, forces out the wild swing from Rasi, and Cram is already zoning Siska out from the pit as well. They're taking this very slowly. Even Innocent slowly making his way over to the pit. In the backline, Keemin versus Yum. Sky secures the turtle. Tectonic charge a bit too slow, and they're gonna 2v1 Keemin. The full dive from Cram takes out the Joy.
That is the true definition of a job desk for a roamer. Any XP laner. What is the job desk? Lock the opponent's jungle. Zone him out. And that is what Yums as well as Cram did.
Real manipulation. The box forced out defensively. We can see the pressure already adding up. We're only 5 minutes in, already a 3k goal lead for SRG, and now Skyzed, the next one in trouble. He might have to flicker out of this. Sky's not letting him escape. Yup, he has to use it.
This is so brutal, man. Baxia is a tank hero, or a tanky kind of a hero. But when you can provide that kind of the damage in a close proximity, that's very unfair, because you can't damage him. He can reflect back all the damage onwards you, and he can also provide a consistent amount of damage with the concussive blast at the same time. This just feels so unfair for SkyZ on the bot side just now.
I mean, that's just how Baxia has always been. I even played him earlier. He Electrifying Beats even forced out just in case a dive comes in. Since unfortunately they had to send Siska to the opposite side of the map. Keeman trying to clear ways, but Cram is being left unattended. And he's just able to taunt Keeman back.
This is tough for Keeman right now. Level 8 for himself. Sky's level 9. Kran almost hitting level 10 already. 2 level of difference right now. He's just gonna walk away from that buff, from that orange buff, trying to clear off the top minion wave, but Alice is not gonna let him go right now.
Yeah, and SRGOG are just slowly but surely tightening their grip. They're not letting anyone go. They know that they could, you know, be a bit charitable. They could give a game to Untitled, but they're not gonna do that. This is what has defined the Giants for so long. It doesn't matter the circumstances. They play to win.
I mean, looking at the goal lead right now is ever slowly leaning towards SRGOG. 4k goal lead, 6 kills in totality, and 3 turtles. Hat-trick of turtles in the favors of SRGOG. They're not gonna stop. They're gonna move on forward. Siska has been found, but SRGOG focusing on the objective right now, as they should. Meanwhile, Untitled, again, I don't think they can do anything too much. They have to wait for a mistake. They have to wait for some kind of re-engagement. Only then they can do something about this.
Storm is able to secure his own purple buff in return to make sure it's not stolen, but Keeman falling further and further behind as the game goes. The rotations from SRG are calculated, but also quick. 4.5k gold lead at 8 minutes. Untitled, their late game is not bad, but they really need to start funneling things into SkyZ.
Look at the goal lead differences right now. Almost 1k goal difference between Cloud as well as Green Jill. Almost completing the Trinity as well for this Cloud.
Man, and Innocent so rich.
Right, and looking at the Gatot Kacha as well, having the Radiant armor up already, the Dreadnought armor, so Joy is not a factor as well. Green Jill is not a big factor. Lapu Lapu is not a big factor. He can almost absorb all the damage coming in from Untitled, even with the Sky Prince from SkyZ, but has no stacks at all. It's not going to be a threat.
Wall comes out. I don't think Untitled wants to fight right now. They have to play so defensively because they know if they lose another big fight, the game is basically over. But at the same time, they need to win a fight to make something happen, to change the momentum on the map.
I agree. I definitely agree with you right there. Untitled right now just holding on to whatever lead that they have right now, to whatever they can, whatever resources that they have, because SRGOG, they're just gonna wait it out. I mean, and they can. They have an ultra late game with the Cloud, with the Alice at the same time. Gatot Kacha as well as Baksa is just gonna get more beefier, more unkillable as time progresses. And Untitled is just thinking time bomb waiting for them right now. Yep, they do have a Green Jill, but Green Jill without the Sky Piercer stack, it's gonna be useless.
Rasi already poked down to 50% HP, and the Lord just spawned as well. The timing on SRG continues to be excellent, and even Siska now taking some abuse. Untitled, they need to try and challenge this ideally, or at the very least play the map somehow. SRG not rushing it even.
Looking at the bot side, the wave is pushing in towards Untitled, forcing SkyZ to clear off those minions wave. The top side is not gonna get cleared by SRGOG. They're just gonna let it be. Meanwhile, Innocent getting some stack from the Art of Thievery. Yomes in the front line. Meanwhile, Cram.
Oh, Rassi's been caught in the Tri-Brush. Innocent just picks him off, killing spree. And Storm gets melted inside the purple buff pit of his own jungle. Siska trying to hold the front line, but it's 1v5. SkyZ and Keeman cannot even find any opportunity to enter. And Stormy picks up the double kill. The Mage Prodigy, he is getting farmed as well.
It's like those kind of wounds that is very small in the beginning, but slowly and surely, if that wound is not treated, it gets into a bigger bruise, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that's how SRGOG dominate against Untitled right now. Good dodge.
Nice flicker, but the Tectonic Charge completely whiffs. Again, excellent reaction timing from Innocent to make sure he's never caught. I'm pretty sure that even if that did hit him, he would have been fine.
Yep, I do agree. You see, it's a slow burn, it's a slow bleed right now. The pain that SRGOG is causing towards Untitled right now. It's slow, but it's very much painful, and it's very much clear right now. Untitled can't do anything about it because slowly, right there from that get-go, right? There was no counter initiation, there was no response from Untitled. It's sort of like they just accepted the death that is coming in their way.
I feel like we might be looking at a one-sided slaughter already. We're only 11 minutes in. Kill score is 9-1. The Lord is pushing up top lane. There's still holy defenses in every lane, so Untitled should be able to hold this for now. Traction Pulse misses, and the dive in! The Throne of Ruin! Crumb! The God has destroyed Untitled in one fell swoop! The Crimson Circle of Death! The red of the blood of the giants threatens Untitled! You need a point to make it to the playoffs, but you had better earn it! Game 1 secured in 12 minutes!
Talking about domination, talking about prowess, talking about the giants of MPL Malaysia, Selangor Red Giants OG Esport once again proved themselves to be the Goliath here in Malaysia right now. Nobody, no organization are able to stop them, and once they get the ball rolling, once Cram found that small space of positioning, small timing of positioning, that Throne of Ruin plus Flicker, it was all but over for Untitled right there.
It seemed like the game was already over very, very early in on that game. Untitled were forced into hyper defensive positioning right from the get-go. It didn't look like it was super oppressive, but the movements were calculated and specifically designed to slowly choke out the life of their opponents here. SRGOG once again showing us they are not pulling any punches.
Yeah, not pulling any punches. I think this is the biggest respect that any teams can give towards any teams. Playing at your best, playing at the highest levels, right? And this is what SRG brings to the table right now. What a game! Because it started off very well for SRGOG once they they stole the purple buff away from Kimin, but Kimin quick to respond, steal away the orange buff from the side of Skies. But afterwards, come level 4 in for Yums, for Cram, it was just SRGOG all the way. Like, there's nothing Untitled could do anything about it, and there was no contest at all from turtle number 1 up until turtle number 3. But right now, we do have to nominate our MVP for game number 1. It's gonna be Yums with the Gatot Kacha. Easy gameplay, nothing too difficult, nothing too complex for him.
And look at that cheeky smile. Man knows what he has done. Gatot in the first place is not really meant to be a roamer that offers a lot of early game pressure, but when paired together with a jungler like Baxia, you can start to see the amount of space he is able to create. There's a reason why this hero gets banned against guys quite often. And his build is fully defensive, having 500 GPM, 206 KDA. Man did what he needed to, and the combo was perfect.
It was perfect. There aren't many Gatot Kacha can land a consistent EOG, but Yums did that in that game number 1 to perfection, right? With the follow-up from the Throne of Ruins, with the follow-up from Kimi as well, the Stallion Beam to be able to lock certain individuals from the side of Untitled, but just overall opening up the map, giving vision, giving information as well at the same time, saving the members of the SRGOG with the Revitalize. So there's nothing like, it's very hard for me to comment. It's very hard for us to comment this game because it was very much one-sided. Look at the number of turrets, look at the number of turtles, look at the number of lords, and in terms of buff, nothing much to talk about that. But from that 3 natural objective, turrets, turtle, and lord, you know that SRGOG dominated the game from minute number 1 up until the 12th minute mark.
And this is very classic SRGOG style of play. We can literally list out the steps that were taken from the beginning here. They immediately clamped down on mid lane priority. Gatot Kimi already clears way pretty well. It all comes down to how well Storm is able to poke out Stormy, but Rasi unfortunately couldn't really hold the front line against Akimi. So already mid lane not able to rotate as quickly for Untitled. Skies also went for the vertical jungling. He stole a camp And while a lot of people will say that shouldn't have affected it too much because Kimin was still able to vertical jungle and steal a camp away, it took away the ability for Joy to go for very early level 2, level 3 mid lane ganks that could have affected the equilibrium of the mid lane, which might have been able to unlock Rasi and Storm. Once the mid lane was won out by SRG, they started shifting over to winning out Cram's lane, which he was already doing a good job of keeping Siska around. Once the Alice became an issue, Innocent is able to free up, start joining team fights, and at that point, you have basically secured the entire map.
And at that point as well, throughout that point, Untitled once again could not contest. They could not do anything about it. Look at how SRG OG pick off Untitled one by one. It started maybe with Storm. It started maybe with Rasi. No one did anything. No one did anything to counter initiate. No one did anything. It's like literally they let Storm just die. They let Rasi just die. Or maybe it was an instance of they can't do anything about it. If they did, it could have been much more worse. What could have been just a one death, it could have been a total team wipeout. So maybe it's about damaging control. But then again, SRG OG, they're not gonna stop. They're just gonna push the envelope. They're gonna just push the agenda against Untitled. Which guy is gonna be given towards Innocent with 824 gold per minute. Siska, the carry, quite surprised, 33,000 damage being dealt upon SRG OG. Rasi is gonna be the sandbag, 86,000 total damage taken. Meanwhile, Cram with the game-winning Throne of Ruins right there, the back swingman at the very last moment on top in the inhibitor turrets of Untitled right there.
That is undeniably the best Alice play that we have seen ever since this hero was revamped. And of course, it's going to be Cram who's doing it. Siska continues to be a key pillar for Untitled, even on the Lapu Lapu, doing the most damage out of anyone in the game. But by himself, he is not going to be able to do enough. Untitled needs to focus on making sure they have mid lane prio so that they can actually rotate the map. You cannot give SRG OG river control.
It's very hard for you to not give SRG OG river control because they're gonna get it one way or another. They're gonna get it by force or just by sheer brilliance from them, right? This is what I was talking about. They let Storm die on the top side and then they focus on Siska. Meanwhile, Rasi was already dead by this time. They can't do anything about it. Like I wish they could do something about it, but when then I look at it again, there was nothing they could have done. But this one, it was a 5-man Throne of Ruins or maybe a 4-man Throne of Ruins, where it was a 4-man because Kimin came from the backside. But what a Throne of Ruins by Cram right there. That was the game-winning moment for me for sure.
It definitely was, and it was so well done. A 12-minute game. Untitled are now truly pushed into a corner. Just to update everyone, now that SRG has taken one victory, there is no longer any chance of a tiebreaker happening. Which means that we can go home early. But it's also a bit sad that we won't get to see the first 3-way tiebreaker ever for MPL and Y.
Alright, we do have the result from our fan talk zone. I did talk about how there are gonna be a majority of you guys voting for B, but I'm quite surprised. I mean, A is still not that bad. 29% of you guys still believe that they can steal 1 point. You did mention on how they thrive under pressure. So right now, everything, the conditions are met. They lost game number 1. Everything is on the line right now. There's no tiebreaker for us, thank God. So they just need one more victory for game number 2. I don't mind going for 3 games if it's this case. I don't mind that at all. But they have to do it. But after game number 1, boys, I don't know about that, Chief. I don't really know about that.
This is legitimately the most pushed into a corner you could be as an MPL team. 1 point, 1 chance against the champions of MPL and Y.
I don't know at all. But it's okay. Let's just chill a bit because we're gonna throw into a challenge. Player 1 versus 1. It's gonna be between Rose and as well as Siska. Let's take a look together right now, shall we?
Hai guys, selamat kembali kepada segmen Challenge the Player di mana penonton kita akan cabar kita punya pro player di dalam 1v1. Beat the pro and claim the code. So hari ini tetamu Rose on stage adalah Siska daripada Untitled. And of course kita ada salah seorang audience. Hai abang, apa nama abang?
Raja.
Raja. Okay, so hari ni Raja dengan Siska akan main 1v1. Tapi sebelum tu, mungkin Rose boleh tanya, Abang Raja punya role dekat MLBB apa?
Saya EXP.
EXP. Oi, I tanya-tanya lah. Dua-dua sama. You rasa boleh tak bantai Abang Raja?
Boleh.
Boleh. So guys, ini mechanics dia. Kedua-dua akan main Franco. Tetapi dia ada twist. Kat tengah kan ada river dengan ada bush. Kalau seorang duduk dalam bush, seorang kena teka hook. Seorang ada 3 chance. Siapa hook paling banyak, dialah pemenang. Tapi kalau tie, yang menang dia adalah audience. So Abang Raja. Okay, and of course kalau audience menang, orang dekat Dewan Sri Putra akan dapat in-game reward. And of course Abang Raja pun akan dapat. Tetapi kalau Siska menang, penonton online pula yang dapat belanja. Okay, so ready? Ready? In 3, 2, 1. Let the game begins. Siapa nak hide dulu? Okay, Abang Raja hide dulu Lepas tu nanti Siska pergi hook. Betul.
Ya.
Uish, miss. Tempat betul ke? Okay, betul. Okay, sekali lagi. 1, 3 try. 3, okay, cool down. Adakah ini sebab kenapa Siska bukan Roma?
Mungkin.
Ada kemungkinan besar. And hook. Ui, miss lagi sekali. One last chance untuk Siska.
Kau duduk ni.
Bagi clue. Boleh ke bagi clue?
Hujung sikit belah kanan.
Hujung sikit belah kanan. Tu bukan clue, tu macam map hack dah.
Why?
Oi, terkeluar. Okay. Okay, hide balik. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
Dah main.
Oi, tak dapat. Okay, kali ni Siska pula. Tak, hide. Hide lah. Oh, okay. Change phone. Sorry, Rose tak nampak. Okay. Raja rasa boleh tak tangkap Siska?
InsyaAllah lah.
Siska tempat betul ke? Nak arah sekarang?
Tak tahu Okay. Kita try lah minion.
Oi! Tak counter. 2 kali lagi.
2 kali lagi. Minion lah masuk. Kita try. Cool down.
Okay. Boleh ke? Oi, macam hampir. 1 chance lagi.
Oh, kalau tadi minta hin, boleh minta hin juga.
Okay, bagi hin.
Tengah-tengah.
Tengah. Tak kena. So, nampaknya it's a tie. Maksud tu orang dekat Dewan Sri Putra akan dapat kod yang akan keluar sekejap lagi, and korang actually boleh redeem in-game rewards untuk anda. Of course, first come first serve. Terima kasih Abang Raja, terima kasih Siska. Good luck on your game and enjoy the rest of the day. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters.
Very interesting 1 versus 1 matchup where you choose a non-Franco player to play a Franco challenge and nobody won. They should have brought in Abang Rod.
Yeah.
They should have brought in Dreams. Okay, that could have been a very much more interesting play, but hey, it's okay. I mean, he still got the chance to versus up against Siska right there.
Yeah, personally, I think that's just an RNG challenge in the first place. So maybe it's not really. Maybe it doesn't.
All
really,
skills.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe I don't know. I don't think that's. I think that's just throw a hook and hope, right?
Hook and pray.
Hook and pray, basically. Not a very good hook, if you ask me. Either way, game 2 coming up.
Okay.
As we pointed out before, the short break, Untitled needs 1 win.
Ooh.
1 chance. They cannot lose another game, because if they do, that is the end of their journey here.
I mean,
it's a tough spot to be in.
It's a tough ass, Rafa. It's a tall ass. It's a tall order. Not gonna lie. I mean, with all due respect, right, with all the teams in MPL MY, it had to be Selangor Giants in the last game.
I know, right? But at the same time, if Untitled just won some of their previous matches, you know, against Todak, when
we're not in this. We're not gonna be in this place right now.
Then they would have been fine regardless. Flying Cloud.
I feel like this is SRG OG's map. I just have a feeling like because of
not necessarily. I think that Flying Cloud's actually one of the more neutral maps.
Okay, fair enough.
because it doesn't actually affect gameplay all that much. It just helps you out in more like losing lane situations.
Now, even if you lose a lane, it does not really matter too much because you can come back immediately, so you don't lose any kind of waves. But here, let's see what the Flying Cloud map has in store for us in terms of the banning or the draft. Untitled is gonna ban out 2 assassins and 1 fighter right now, with the Chichi gonna get banned now. SRG OG banning out majority of tank jungles, once again forcing Untitled, forcing Kimi to use your assassins right now. And Zuxin is gonna be the first pickup for Untitled. I like the pickup, but we shall see how this draft progresses, because Kalia is still there. If you want to pick off the Zuxin, Lunox is still there as well.
I do like going for the Zuxin first, keeps your draft fairly open and allows you to control Riverside a little bit more easily. But as you pointed out, Kalea is now open for SRG, and probably a hero they would want to take away at this point, since a Kalea-Zuxin combo would be pretty difficult to handle. SRG could even go into Kalea Lunox, which is a duo we've seen before, so I get the feeling they still like the Kimi a little bit more. Yep, Kalea, Kimi, yep.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not broken, why change? Plus, Kimi is a stable hero at the mid side. You got your mobility, you got good crowd control, you got good damage as well, and you scale well into the league game once you build up your Sky Piercer stacks. If not, you still can get a good amount of damage with the Holy Crystal, with the Blood Wings at the same time. Right now, Untitled, okay, you have Zuxin, a fighter mage kind of like a role here. I mean, she is quite tanky as well. What do you want to pair up with her right now? I heard an Akai, as well as an Harith as well.
A little concerned about this. Harith is okay, but revealing Akai jungle this early on does seem to be as a response to the vast amount of junglers already taken out. In fact, this is the final tank jungle you have available, so I guess that's why Untitled wants it. They'll most likely see whether or not SRG goes for Skies' pick now. If not, they'll continue banning junglers. If they do, then they'll start banning EXP laners.
I feel SRG OG opt to go for a damaging kind of jungle just to bait out the ultimate from the Akai. So you would want to pressure the Akai to force him to use the ultimate early on, so he cannot use the ultimate to go near any neutral objective, be it the Lord or the Turtle. So one damaging dealing kind of heroes has been taken up, but it's not the jungle side. It's gonna be the Lapu Lapu for Crab, who we all know can do a lot of work once he open up the Bravest Fighter, goes into the back line later on.
That does mean Siska is going to be at a disadvantage now, because I'm pretty sure SRG is going to start banning heroes like the Esmeralda, get rid of Arlet, maybe, depending on the situation. Just try and get more EXP lane priority. Untitled have gone specifically for this Akai jungle, so I'm pretty sure that they want to put Siska on a slightly more damage-based EXP lane. So it could be a good chance for us to see something like the Benedetta again.
The Benedetta, the Masha as well, if you're talking about damage, although in terms of relevancy, it's not as relevant, but I mean, bullseye.
Arcadia, man.
Bullseye from you, Sadafa. The Benedetta is banned out immediately once you start talking about it, and I do have to agree, because you have a tank jungle, you're lacking damage. I mean, even the trio that you picked up right now, it seems that you are lacking damage. The only damage is coming from the Harith, and that is very much of an item-dependent hero right now.
This is a tricky place for Siska, actually. You could still go Esme, you can still go Alice, but those heroes don't give you enough burst damage to pair up with an Akai Zuxin. And that's why they went for the Benedetta ban specifically. You could still go something like Arlet, but it's a bit more risky overall. SRG banned the Matilda. Okay, so getting rid of the tank Matilda combo too.
That's a very good ban. I did not even think about it. Like, you do still have the option to go for a Matilda roam, and it allows the Akai to maneuver around much more freely with the Circling of Eagles as well as the Guiding Wings. Right now, Untitled, one more ban. Most likely it's going to be an assassin. Hayabusa is still there if you want to ban it out, because I don't think you should ban any good leaders as of now, due to the fact that the hero pool is still very much wide open for Innocent, and most likely can be the Iratel who faces off against the Harith later on.
Yeah, they get rid of Claude, so they want Innocent on a hero that's a bit more vulnerable overall. SRG technically still have a potential of going double fighter if they want to go for a scaling assassin now. So if they're particularly worried about losing out the lane to Harith, that is still a path they can take. They're still going to be looking for a jungler as well as a gold lane. I think you go for... If you're going to try and hide double side lane, you go jungler. If not, then you go gold lane, keep Sky's pick for last.
Most likely it's gonna be the gold lane here. You keep Sky's option fairly open, I feel like. And in terms of gold lane, there are still so many choices as of now. But the main choice from SRG OG is gonna be the Granger. So a lot of follow-ups from the Kalia. You have the Kimi, you have the Granger at the same time. So it's a basic combination. Most likely Sky Princess tech is gonna get filled up quite well.
There it is.
The Granger. So there we go. I mean, Benedetta is banned out, and then you still need damage. So Masha,
this is
the only one left, right?
This is DXS signature from last season, the Chip Masha combo. This duo has won them games, has made comebacks that no one would have ever expected when Untitled was still playing under their previous banner. They know that their backs are against the wall. They know this is their final chance. They're gonna pull out everything they can. And it looks like Xborg is going to be the jungle pick for SRG. The debut of Xborg in MPL Season 16 in the very final match of the regular season.
Maybe due to the fact that Untitled don't necessarily have a natural burst kind of a hero, hence why the Xborg is picked up. I do understand that Masha can blow you away with a Thunderclap, and SkyZ can do the same thing, but both of these heroes are very, again, item dependent hero. If SRG OG can overwhelm them early stages, not allowing free farming for Harith or Masha, Untitled are pretty much in trouble.
But this is the pinnacle of returning to basics, returning to their foundations, their core, the identity that brought them this far. Untitled pulls out the Chip Masha, who carried them to victory in their days as DXS. One final opportunity. The score is 1-0. They only want to steal a single game, a single point to make it to the playoffs off of the Selangor Red Giants. Can they do it? Will Game 2 be the decider of their fates?
Alright. It's all down to this right now. Untitled, one shot, one opportunity. Are they gonna take this opportunity and rise above to qualify for playoff? Or will the overwhelmness of SRG OG takes the best out of them? In terms of laning phase, I feel like SRG OG, especially on this top side, especially on the EXP side, Cram, should have a good time in terms of the hero comfort for himself. As we take a deeper look at the emblem setup right now, Spellvamp for Granger, Harith is gonna go for that Mystery Shop, allowing him to get item fairly early on. Apart from that, double Trill from Akai as well as Masha with the Master of Assassin. But from what we can see here, Siska, the Master of Assassin is not gonna do much of a favor right now.
I mean, he's definitely expected to lose lane against the Lapu Lapu, and quite often he would lose lane as this Masha even in last season as well. That's something he's prepared for. Untitled want to play a more scaling type game. I think what is interesting is Keeman going for Impure Rage on this Akai instead of your typical tank emblem.
Oh, yeah.
An interesting choice.
No Concussive Blast, so focusing on a bit more overtime damage up against SRG OG right now. We shall see, but it all depends on the execution. It all depends on the heavy spin at the same time. Will he be able to lock up Untitled with that heavy spin? If not, it's going to be very much difficult. On the bot side, I can take a look at the health of Innocent. It's not looking good. He is forced to recall away.
I mean, that's already an expected result. Oh, the lift up on Stormy! Stormy in trouble! One hit away to flicker forward! No! With the first blood! But the first turtle is being worked on. Skies is here. Keeman is around. Heavy spins available. Last insanity used for anti-CC. Skies secures the retry timing. And he's gonna back it off. But they're flickering forward. They're looking for Yumes. Forces out a flicker from him too.
The timing of the retribution battle still in check for Skies despite having an Akai in the open side, but with the last Insanity, the heavy spin is not gonna do a single thing, and it allows Skies to win that retribution battle, and it navigates. Oh, hold on. It negates a bit the death of Stormy early on. That the fact that SRGOG managed to get that first total.
Yeah, but Untitled so far, putting up a better fight. We can definitely tell that this is their comfort style, but Siska is definitely going to end up suffering here already. A level down on Cram. All he really needs is to make sure he gets his items, and Untitled needs to make that space. Until Siska has the third item roughly, Untitled really lacks damage.
Yeah, I mean, they need time. They need time on Harith. They need time on the Masha as well to be able to get a few more set of items so that they can provide the damage up against SRGOG. They do have the lockdown in check with Kimin, with Zushin at the same time, but without damage, it's gonna be very, very much difficult. Not only that, they do have the map pressure with Rasi, with the shortcut at the same time. So it's just a matter of time right now.
Oh, Tsunami Slam purified out, so Storm is okay for now. That would have been a guaranteed kill if Storm didn't have Purify.
It forces out the Purify early on. I think that is quite good. And that Purify is not going to be up once the next turtle spawn on the bot side. Less than 20 seconds as of now. SRGOG, meanwhile, as well as Untitled, they're just gonna farm up, get a bit more EXP as well as gold to finish off their next set of items, or the first set of items as of now. The turtle is gonna spawn soon. Yums is already in a prime position. Rasi is just gonna scout things out as of now.
First turtle is gonna be a very important timing for Untitled here. If they're able to get some early momentum, it'll go a long way. SRG already controlling. 4.5 minutes in. Rasi flickers forward, drops down the shortcut. Yums jumps in, gets the Tsunami Slam, lands it into the Landshaker. Storm in trouble. Keeman secures the turtle away, and now Untitled is going in. Siska finds the kill on Skies. Cram is now being chased down as the flicker over the wall, but Untitled have taken their first one fight.
That is a clean team fight coming in from Untitled right there, and right now Innocent.
Oh, they get the heavy spin. Keeman dives through the tower, and Innocent goes down.
3 kills from Untitled right now, showcasing a great strength in terms of team fight, in terms of control at the same time. 1.2k gold lead, 3k kills, and looking like they are having a good time. They are controlling the map as of now. SRGOG just lacking a bit in terms of team fight right there. Not too sure of what they were trying to do. They're trying to contest that turtle. They lost that turtle, and they could not afford to continue that team fight. Once Storm opens up the Crimson Beacon, all members of SRGOG just backs away immediately.
Yeah, now they tried to ignore the portal and dive Storm to pick him off straight away, but they weren't able to find him, and because of that, too much time and resource had been spent by Yums and Cram, and Keeman was able to dive in from behind. So that's a good start, good setup. Untitled currently with a 1k lead. Not that big yet though, so SRGOG still holding on.
And looking good for Untitled, not gonna lie. Looking very, very good right there. And it looks like it's very true. Once the backs are against the wall for Untitled, they rise to the occasion and looking like they are performing well in comparison to game number 1, where they could not do anything about it. And right now, SRGOG, we all know they are more of a mid-tier team or mid-game team right now. So just have to wait it out and wait for that mid-game momentum. Almost Cram right there, almost.
It's a good thing you fixed yourself, because you just called SRG a mid-tier team.
I didn't say mid-tier, I was gonna say mid-tier
There's a lot of people that wouldn't be happy about that, but I understand what you mean. Either way, Keeman being burned down a little bit. Second turtle is up.
What should SRG do right now? What should they do different right now? I mean, Cram is obviously going to go on the backside. Feels like Yos have to initiate
Here comes
right now.
the conceal. Rasi flickers forward, drops the portal essence, and it comes out. Sky secures the turtle. The heavy spin pins Yumas against the wall. He has to flicker back to safety, but he will be taken out eventually. And Masha going ham, but Innocent finds the execution. Zaman Force. Sky said, going very risky. Innocent finds the Sky Piercer. Double kill for the Granger.
It's not very unfortunate for Untitled. All they had to do was wait it out. Just wait it out. I mean, yes, Rasi was going onto the backside with the portal at the same time, but Untitled was not in prime position to move forward. due to the fact that SRGOG managing to get that turtle. And yes, last Insanity was popped from Skies, but again, Untitled was in the prime position. Rasi!
He walked into the wrong neighborhood. 3 members waiting. The portal too late to save him. Another kill for Innocent.
This is not it. You are giving a lot of stacks to Innocent right now, and slowly but surely, that Skyface's stack is building up.
Sky's dead! He won out the 1v1. He got the shutdown. That's actually pretty worth it.
Okay, I take it back. You did give a few stacks of Skyface towards Innocent, and you have taken it back with that kill, with that solo kill from Skyface. You are slowly bringing it back. Okay, Untitled, I acknowledge your gameplay right now. You do have to retain the same amount of focus right now. Don't repeat the same mistake as you did as Turtle number 2. Wait things out, wait for the positioning first right now, and then only you can focus down on a certain member.
Cram playing with fire, heavy spin comes out, but nice dodge, nice flicker usage. But here comes Siska. He doesn't quite have enough damage yet, but he will still be able to take down Cram. But Skies will also burn the Masha back in return, and last Insanity will explode Kimin for the double kill.
That's a very, very good in terms of buying time out to allow Skies to rotate on that top side, and Krem did the most that he could to be able to survive, but he did enough to allow Skies get that double kill in return of a death against Krem. So SRGOG did not lose too much right there. Untitled, unfortunate for them, yes, they got a kill towards Krem, but they lost 2 members in that effort.
Still not the worst though. SRG has been able to reverse the gold now. They are holding on to a 1000 advantage. The first Lord of the game is already up. And SRG currently in full control of it. They are going to start resetting. They don't know where Rasi is yet.
I mean, once they see Masha at top, most likely it's go time for them, but it's still okay because Rasi can bring in Siska immediately. Conceal, focusing on Storm, no.
Here comes Rasi, portal drop down on Innocent, they all come through it. The nice knockup from Yoons prevents the chase. Kimin in trouble, has to be able to purify out with the heavy spin of the Tsunami Slam. Cram in the front line, taking on 1v4. SkyZ drops a Zaman Force, but he's taking quite a lot of damage. He's slowly chasing SRG back, and they've locked down Yoons. They found Stormy with the Thunderclap, Untitled, fighting back with the full force of 5.
Good kiting coming in from Untitled right there. Good space awareness for them to be able to clear their way out of that last Insanity. That is the most important part. It looks like they were all close to one another, but at the same time, they spaced out just well enough so that the last Insanity did not take any members of Untitled. Not only that, they recycle back their spells quickly to move on forward with the Thunderclap as well as Rasi with the stun that he has to be able to get those 2 kills against SRGOG. So right now, it's about battle of kiting, it's about battle of space as well, because you don't want to get caught with Kimin's heavy spin, and you don't want to get caught up with the last Insanity of Sky.
Rasi once again routing the corner. Portal gets dropped down on top of Yoons. They're trying to clear it as much as possible, and they actually do. Heavy spin also used very early on, so Kimin doesn't have the ult anymore. Crimson Beacon gets Storm out just barely. Rasi still in trouble. Tsunami Slam used. Sky secures the Lord. Kimin in trouble. Zaman Force comes out. Sky's trying to be the hero, but he gets caught in the Tidal Strike, and Cram finishes him off. Siska trying to go 1v4. Thunderclap doesn't do enough damage just yet. It's a mega kill for the Sky Princess SRGOG. Nearly team wipes Untitled.
Unfortunate for Untitled right there. If Rasi had opened the portal early and it was used by Siska, Siska could have entered that team fight much more early on. But Siska had to use the long way, the manual way of walking towards that team fight, and it allowed SRGOG to dominate against Untitled because it was a 4 versus 5 situation. They tried to crawl their way back, but it was all over too late right now for the side of Untitled. Rasi moving too far forward right there. Gotta be careful.
They're playing it dangerous. Untitled need to be a bit more disciplined. Luckily for them, they haven't lost too much gold yet from these fights, since Siska has still been able to get quite a lot of farm on the opposite side. Remember, Harif as well as Masha will be able to do a bit more once they actually have more items on their side. Ooh, Skies uses his last Insanity defensively. Kimin actually baited it out, didn't use his heavy spin.
I don't mind it at all, because there was an opportunity for Kimin to use the heavy spin to push Skies in towards the base of Untitled right there. But it's okay, it's alright, because the ultimate is gonna get back up soon before the next Lord spawn on the top side. Untitled right now. Okay, although it's not looking good for them, but I like the pressure that they are putting on this top side. Constantly sending Siska to push this long lane. Well, right now it's not even considered as a long lane because it's very much near to the Lord spawn. But they are constantly applying pressure on this top lane. But then Krams, he knows.
Cram is checking literally every bush. He's making sure that Rasi doesn't have a chance to come from behind. Since he knows by now that Untitled is heavily relying on this chip setup to go for the flank. And as long as he's able to stop it, SRG will be fine.
Maybe this is an early call, but I feel like for Untitled to win teamfights, Rasi needs to be able to open up the portal, and that portal needs to be able to be used by Siska at least to go onto the backside. To at least zone out Granger, to at least zone out maybe Kimi at the same time. But again, it's not gonna be easy. We've seen how SRG OG, once they saw that portal opens up, they immediately took that portal away. So Siska could not even enter the portal in time. So Untitled have to find different kind of ways, different kind of angle for them to start things off. And it all is heavily depending on Rasi right now.
The conditions are very narrow. The coordination needs to be perfect. As you pointed out, every time the portal drops down, SRG instantly focuses all their attacks on it. They're not letting Untitled to slow down their entry. It's either you go through it straight away or you don't at all.
Yep.
And that's just risky for Untitled because a lot of the time they're dropping it right in the middle of everyone from SRG.
Hey, look at what Untitled is doing right now. They're sending Rasi as well as Masha on the spot side. Rasi is fine. He can still portal up. No worries, there's still the shortcut towards the top side. But Masha is gonna try his best to clear out this long lane first, applying pressure to SRG OG, forcing SRG OG to get. Okay, Rasi is there. No portal as of yet.
Rasi is here, uses the conceal, they see him, drops the portal inside the bush, stops Stormy from recalling actually. Siska jumps in on Cram, nearly blows him up instantly. Summon Force comes out, heavy spin used, the pin ties against the wall. The Lord is so low. Skyzed comes in, the Faraga armor is gone from the export, but a lot of skills have already been utilized. Thunderclap goes back in, He-Man! Secures the Lord away! Tsunami Slam gonna be used, drags the Panda backwards. Rasi still holding the front super well right now. So far, still no death, but Kimin will eventually fall. Death Sonata finds him. Summon Force doing good damage. Skyzed trying to dash around as much as possible. He finishes off Cram. He's still being kept alive by his team. It's not quite enough. The fire is too much. Skies is unstoppable. And Cram as well. Still, annoying Innocent going to be able to find the snipes from behind. Last Insanity comes out. Storm has to use the Crimson Beacon to back off. It is now a 4v2 defense. Storm and Siska the only ones left to try and hold the base, to try and keep their dreams alive. SRG not gonna give it to them for free. Siska gets a nice thunderclap in. The next minion wave is coming through. This could be it. SRG wants to stop them right here and now. They're not giving them a single opportunity. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, Arrow Esports will claim the final playoffs spot.
It's not even a bittersweet moment. It's a very disappointing moment for Untitled right there. Not gonna lie. It was... I wanted to say it was close, but it was not even that close. But there was an opportunity for them to win that game number 2. They had the Lord, but they had no members at all to defend the crystal right there. And it was just too much tankiness out of SRG OG. The X-Borg, right? The Kalia who can heal up the X-Borg. They have the Granger on the backside. Even though the lot was given towards Untitled, but SRG OG understood that, hey, we have the more manpower, we have the minion wave on us, we can push the envelope, we can end it immediately, and they did. And Untitled could not do anything about it to react. They tried their best to clear out the minions, but it was just all too late.
It was a good attempt. I really respect the choice to try and go back to their foundation, to the heroes that brought them this far in their very first season. But SRG OG continues to be absolutely ruthless.
Yep.
Not giving any chance at all.
With that being said, let's take it over to Rose with the finals interview for our regular season.
Perjalanan Untitled akan berhenti di sini dan secara rasminya Aero dah mendapatkan tiket terakhir untuk playoffs yang akan datang. Unfortunately for Untitled, Cinderella story dorang takkan jadi untuk musim ini. Coach, next season we are moving into the enhanced franchise format. And you know what? The roster may change. High possibilities, a lot of changes will happen. What do you want to say to these boys that have made it this far this regular season? Don't cry. Or if you want to cry, you can cry. It's okay. Emotions are overpowering on the stage right now. Come on, head coach. You can do this. Anything you want to say to your boys?
Guys, thank you so much for 2 seasons. Sorry if we failed to secure the playoffs this season. If ever that, we're going to change roster by next season. I hope all of us will, our goal is still the same. At least one of us will be the champion.
Maybe one day, salah satu orang di atas pentas ni boleh juga menjadi juara. And of course, maybe Subway? Final words to all the fans yang sokong mereka daripada start musim ini sampailah sekarang ni.
Kepada semua yang menyokong kita dari start week 1 sampai week 6, kita orang ingin mengucapkan thank you banyak-banyak and minta maaf guys, kita orang tak lepas playoff untuk this season and kita orang harap korang still boleh support kita orang untuk next season. Kita orang akan come back stronger for next season.
Alright, in Untitled? In 3, 2, 1, you may give your final bow. Terima kasih. And of course, kita punya defending champions sekali lagi, SRGOG, mendapatkan secure the upper bracket for regular season. 4 musim berturut-turut. Another record yang dorang pecahkan. Tahniah guys. Now, Innocent.
They ask you a question.
Innocent. Mana Innocent? Innocent. Send. I know today Innocent has a buff. Why do you have a buff today?
My girlfriend will come, but she cannot come to watch our game because
she's on the way.
She will arrive, 6.
Yeah, so Innocent ada buff hari ni tu yang dia macam semangat main. Innocent, how does it feel like to be at the top once again?
Normal sih.
Normal only. Dah biasa. You're used to it already.
I think so.
You think so?
Yeah.
Did you ever expect this day would come where, you know, you were in the MPL Philippines back then, and now you have been undefeated in MPL Malaysia for 4 seasons in a row. Did you ever see this day coming?
No, because that time when Coach Sergey just scouted me, I just want to focus on myself to improve.
And I'm pretty sure we all see the improvement. Thank you very much, Innocent. Now guys, untuk match penutup musim ini, siapakah MVP anda? Siapa? Ada beberapa nama. Mari kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada dia jatuh kepada habislah Ros. Yums. Nah, dah start dah.
Go.
Come. Breathe. Listen. Sepanjang regular season ini, pasukan mana yang you rasa paling cabar, SRG?
CG lah.
CG. Kenapa CG? Ramai orang cakap CG sekarang momentum dah drop dah.
Sebab Chico boleh, dia tak boleh teka dia punya main role mana.
Dia macam blind box kan. Masa masuk dia main role mana.
Betul.
So in the upcoming playoffs nak jumpa CG lagi lah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Adik, mana adik? Adik, makin lama makin belakang korang. Dalam your bracket, you guys boleh jumpa Monster Vicious dan juga Homeboys. Siapa yang you nak jumpa? Sebab kita ada insider info tadi, Innocent cakap Homeboys lagi kuat dari CG.
Dari CG?
Homeboys lagi kuat daripada CG. So, untuk adik nak jumpa siapa? Homeboys ke Monster Vicious?
Saya rasa nak jumpa MV kot.
Kenapa MV?
Sebab walaupun benda ni dah lama, dah season 2 season ke dah 1 season, tapi still tak terbalas lagi, iaitu mission kita orang nak kalahkan orang dekat playoff lah.
I see. Sebab tak silap I, musim 14 korang kalah dengan dorang di regular season. Pertama kalinya.
Betul.
So masih lagi misi membalas dendam di playoffs. Okay, kita semua akan tunggu untuk tu. And of course, last Coach Ark. Coach, heading into the playoffs, what is your promise to the fans? For Pete, maybe?
So my promise to the fans is for sure that we will give our best to make sure that we get a four-peat this coming playoffs, and that's what we've been aiming for ever since the start of our season, to win every season that we can win and to represent MPL MY at the best top level going to the international stage. Yes.
This is what we want to hear. Dan ini yang kita nak. Thank you very much to SRG OG. We will see you guys in the playoffs. Guys, sekali lagi, it's SRG OG! Thank you guys. Alright guys, ini adalah match terakhir regular season. Kita sudah saksikan perlawanan sengit, perlawanan seru, filled with emotions and heartbreaks. Regular season ini, Rose boleh cakap one of the most intense MPL season sepanjang ini. Tapi sebelum kita masuk ke dalam playoffs, Rose ada satu announcement penting untuk semua orang. So, let's hear this out, okay? Rose akan introduce the top 5 calon rookie of the season dan juga top 5 calon regular season MVP. For Rookie of the Season Top 5, Amzik, Fondir, Jaja, Daniel, dan Leonie. Untuk Regular Season MVP, kita ada top 6. Chibi, Cram, Momo, Smooth, Yums, dan juga Ye3. Kalau korang nak sokong your favorite player, team dan apa-apa pun, undian akan dibuka 24 Oktober hingga 10 November. And of course, your voice will change the future of MPL Malaysia. You guys boleh vote on MPL Malaysia punya official website. Ini masa kita. This is Malaysia's time. Di playoffs nanti kita akan tengok pasukan mana yang akan represent Malaysia di M7 and tunjuk standard Malaysia di pentas dunia. And of course guys, I'll see you guys in the playoffs. This is all from Rose this regular season.
Thank you very much, Rose, for the final interview for the regular season here in Stadium Juara, but sorry, Dewan Sri Putra, my bad. There you have it. We have locked in our playoff spot, or the 6 teams. It's a bittersweet moment, sad moment as well, but hey, what to do? This is the competitive league of MPL Malaysia. You have to take what we have given you guys and move along with it. But we do have one more segment for you guys. It's gonna be the hot take.
I feel like it's a bad timing to do this considering how bittersweet it is, but it's time for some hot takes once again. The final hot takes of the season, everyone, and now that the season is over, it is time to give my honest hot takes. A lot of people look at how close the matches were, how difficult it was to predict the winners and losers of every single match this season, and that is technically a good thing. It means that the scores are closer, it means that competition is tighter. And a lot of people say, oh, that means that the gameplay in MPL MY has improved. Technically, yes, it has a little bit, but I also think a lot of this competitiveness comes from inconsistency. It is not necessarily an objective good thing because a lot of these teams have been facing ups and downs. It's been difficult to predict winners because they have not always been playing at 100%, and for some reason we're still seeing weird drafts and weird gameplay and a lot of weird decision making that needs to be fixed. We're going to have a pretty long break before the playoffs start. I hope that these teams fix this because that is the only way they truly deserve to be our representatives for M7. And that's all for our hot takes today, everyone. We've got, let's talk a little bit about the post-match of the final game of the regular season.
I do have to agree with you, Sadava. It's definitely a hot take. Whether are we becoming more competitive or are we just inconsistent overall? Not gonna lie, Monster Vicious. Looking at you guys. Anyways, our MVP of the game is gonna be Yums with the Kalia in game number 2 and the Gatot Kaca in game number 1. But what a performance by him! The engagement that he did, opening the bush, opening up the map, giving out vision at the same time, starting team fights or starting things off with the Tsunami Slam or the Avatar of the Guardian with the Revitalize, saving the members of SRG OG. But the best part about Yums, right? I don't ever recall a bad game from Yums. Even if SRG OG lost like one game between them and whoever that they lost with this regular season, right? I never can recall a bad game from Yums. It's always been very consistent. If 10 is the perfect score, he's always been a 7 and 8. And of course,
that's all?
Then again, in his days, a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I think Yums continues to be one of the most flexible players in the entirety of MPL Malaysia. His hero pool is insane, and his gameplay is always consistent. But we gotta give some proper respect to Untitled this time around, trying to pull back a classic, a composition that they were known for when they were still under the banner of DXS, to maybe try and claim that one singular victory they needed to move on into the playoffs. And at first, they were putting up a strong fight, keeping it fairly even against SRG, but I do think they started making some mistakes, started feeling a little bit desperate to actually make a hero play happen, and that eventually cost them the opportunity to move forward.
I mean, if we can fast forward to the highlights, there is one particular moment where I felt like they could have backed off, especially when they gotten that last Lord. The craft went for a full reset and just waited things out, but they recommitted again to fighting once Skyset opens up the Zaman Force. But it's okay, we shall talk about that once we take a look at the highlight. But overall, you did mention about how we respect that Untitled went back to something that is much more familiar with the chip, with the Masha at the same time, and it almost worked out. There were instances of Untitled playing it really well. They space out themselves between one and another so that they don't get caught up by the Last Insanity, they don't get caught up by the Stardom Beam or the Traction Pulse from the Kimi at the same time. They maneuver around, they rotated it very, very well, and they cycle through their skill set to be able to go on even more. Okay, first round of skill is over, okay, second skill is up, we go for it in one more round once again. I like how they fought things out. It's just a matter of that one particular decision making, especially that last slot, is very, very questionable.
Yeah, they had good aggression, and I really wish that Untitled had figured things out a little bit sooner here, because if it wasn't SRGOG, they could have probably beat a lot of other teams with this lineup. I just wish we got to see a bit more of it sooner. It isn't, once again, the rich guy here, but actually a pretty low GPM overall, because the stars of this game were definitely the other players of SRG, especially Skies, once again pulling out the export jungle to deal with the Akai on Teemin, who also was doing quite a good job. Cramp, though, remains a constant.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you on that one as we take a deeper look at the gold graph. When the game started off, it was very 50-50 from both sides at least, because Untitled, the only lead or the biggest lead that they had was close to 1k goal lead, and that was prior to the 5th minute mark. When the game progresses along, it started to shift towards SRG OG once they got in that third turtle, and of course that first turret at the roughly 7 minute mark, and slowly shifted back towards Untitled. So it was a very back and forth game, hence why I felt like this game number 2 was kind of winnable for Untitled because it was not one-sided totally towards SRG OG. But again, that last Lord, especially as you take a look at towards the end of the game, that 16-minute mark, that particular Lord, that blue color Lord, they have taken that Lord. Untitled have taken that Lord, but they went in to fight further. If they had just backed off, could have been very different.
There was definitely a little bit of miscommunication. I feel like there were fights where SkyZ tried committing a bit too hard to make something happen when the rest of the team was already trying to back out of it. We can look at the highlights once again because this was actually a very good start. We got to see a little bit of that old Entitled signature aggression, and while the initial fights didn't go perfectly for them, they were able to keep up quite well.
Very much agree with you on that one. Look how they spaced themselves out between one and another. They kited well at the same time, but this was a bit scary because they gave Innocent that double kill immediately. This was the engagement that, yep, they managed to kill off Cram, but easily enough for Skies, taking away the life of 2 members for Untitled, so very unfortunate for them. Then things started to take off for Untitled once they managed to win this particular team fight. Look how a lot of this skill set was used by SRG OG, and then they went back in. Siska immediately jumps into the back line, eliminating Stormy right there.
This fight was completely due to SkyZ making the decision, I'm going to stay, I'm going to fight, and had actually bought enough time for his team to re-engage. I think after that, SkyZ wanted to try replicating the experience again and again, trying to attempt hero plays and stick around even when the rest of his team was gone, such as this, which really did not need to happen. Because if they had a couple more bodies still alive here, it would have been a lot easier for them to actually hold SRG back in the final push.
Just backed off.
Yep, they got the Lord. They could have decided, okay, no more, but they saw SRG. They saw like their health is very low. SkyZ is still full. He can actually go in and try and take this right now, but it didn't work out for them.
Because nobody got caught in anything right there. They can just immediately walk away, but unfortunately they recommitted and it cost them the game. Not only that, it cost them the playoff spot as well. With that being said, this is going to be the final standings of the regular season week 6, day number 3. SRG OG is going to be your number 1 spot, followed up by CG with 18 points, while 24 match points for SRG OG. By the way, the gap between number 1 and number 2 is a behold number, not gonna lie. Third is gonna be Vamos with 17 points. Homeboys jumps up to number 4 with 15 points. Monster Vicious drops down to number 5 with 15 points as well. And Arrow is gonna be your last team, making it to playoff with 13 points, just barely making it away.
It was so close. You can see Untitled sitting in 7th at 12. That one win was all they needed. And it didn't have to come from SRG. It could have come from multiple other matchups that they had before this. Those 5 losses cost them dearly, and it will be a lesson to take into the future. Team Ray, Todak, and GMXK have all shown us that they are capable of taking on some of the higher ranked teams and making surprises happen. But unfortunately, it took too long for that spurt to occur. Consistency is key when it comes to the regular season. And even though you might think, oh, early on, the points don't matter as much, even a single victory difference could have changed their entire destinies here.
I mean, if anybody says that to you, just show a screenshot of this one, right? I mean, Untitled, if they just won one game in week number 1, number 2, week number 3, number 4, regardless of whatever week it is, all they need was just 1 point. But unfortunately, it's all ever too late. I mean, it's all ever too late right now. You can't cry over spilled milk right now. Could say the same thing about Toda as well as Team Ray. If they had started to, heat up very much early on, could have been different case. But later in the season, once that is the given point for you to start things off, it's already too late. But I'm pretty sure you guys would want to know the playoffs bracket. So here is the definite answer. No more speculation, no more prediction, because we're gonna start things off in the playoff upper bracket quarterfinals, where Homeboys is gonna be facing off Monster Vicious in a best of 5 format, whereas match number 2 is gonna be Vamos up against Arrow Esport in another best of 5 format.
And as usual, those first quarter finals are play-ins. There is no second life up there. So even after fighting all this way into the playoffs, there's a chance you could go home on day number 1. SRG, OG, and CG will be waiting in the upper bracket semifinals spared from this fate, because from that point on, there is going to be that second life where you can drop down into the lower brackets. And this season, of course, we're doing something a little bit differently, where our lower bracket finals is also going to be a best of 7 series. So you guys do not want to miss it.
I mean, a lot is on the line. Not only the trophy for MPL MY Season 16, granting you guys are the conqueror of MPL MY, but a ticket to M7 as well is on the line for all of these playoff teams. So we can't wait for playoff to start, but we do have to remind you guys this is gonna be the schedule. For match number 1 is gonna be Homeboys up against Monster Vicious, and match number 2 is gonna be Farmers up against Aero Esport. Once again, I would like to remind you guys, please get your tickets immediately. You guys can head over to the MPL MY website to get your tickets right now, because they are selling fast. You don't want to miss out on this bloodbath of a match, because anything can happen. As Sadafa did talk about, we are getting much more competitive as a league. So hey, who knows? Your favorite team might have a chance to make it all the way.
Yeah, for those of you who might have still been sitting on the fence about buying a ticket because you didn't know which teams were facing off yet, now you know for sure. And that means you're going to be battling it out against everyone else who might have been waiting to see as well. Tickets are going to be limited. We already know that the grand final sold out within like, what, 10 minutes or something?
Yep.
So you do not want to miss out on all the other matches as well. We're going to have a brand new venue, a brand new feel, a brand new atmosphere that you do not want to miss out on being a part of. I'm really excited to see who is going to be our new champion, our M7 rep. Is it going to be SRGOG again? Is it going to be a brand new king?
I wouldn't say the worst part, is just the downside part is we have to wait for like what, 3 weeks before playoff is gonna commence. So that 3 weeks is gonna be very long. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not too sure what I'm gonna do as well.
I know, right?
There's not gonna be much MLBB, right? Like, I mean, I have to wait out for the other league playoffs. It's gonna start not immediately, so not much MLBB, I guess. Maybe a chance to see my family, I guess.
Yeah, you actually get released from jail. Right? You can finally visit them in person.
Yeah,
right?
I do have to agree with you on
Everyone knows casters don't actually exist when the tournament.
Well, we have a predator, I guess.
What's that? Oh, it's Sky.
Ooh!
Wow!
With the signature as well.
Very good card right there.
We have a Predator. Don't forget to watch Predator Badlands as well, coming
He's
soon.
hijacking our cast.
Yeah, I like him. Look at that guy. I don't even know him.
Who is that guy?
I don't even know who he is.
Who is that guy?
My boy.
Who was that actually?
I really don't know.
We should have stolen his card.
We need to tighten our security as well. We're allowing random people coming in right now. But anyways, thank you for watching MPL NY Season 16. We would like to know what we can improve as a league, as a production as well. If you guys have any ideas, do scan the QR code down below. Sadafa, it's been fun.
Yep.
I can't wait for playoffs.
It's been a great season, everyone.
See you guys in the playoffs. Goodbye. See you guys later.
Ni, I got.
Drop dah ya.
Dapat dah. Go, go.
Ada view.
Sekejap ya. Depan. Boleh labu bang. Joy from ni ah. Ni depan. Sini. Nice.
Dah, let's go lah.
Next wave. Yo, no. Go.
Alamak.
Harap. Hutang kan.
Just masuk. Ada view. Atas. Atas kami.
Tok tadi tu. Combo dia. Apa nak try? Instant hit, don't worry.
Only AOE. TikTok highlights.
Yeah,
TikTok reels.
Real or fast bro?
TikTok reels.
Easy guys. Boleh sir.
Boleh. Angkat.
Boleh.
Dia tinggal botol. Lepas tu siapa nak masuk? Masuk. Masuk. Let's go top.
Okay.
Aku pukul.
I go Jika.
Jia.
Kawasan ba?
Second.
Balik Masha.
Balik. Mati. Masha tabak ka.
Just play with it first.
Balik Masha no balik.
Balik.
Mau ai nak juga.
Shield do.
Dito na matuto.
Akan ulti.
Okay. Chip no balik.
GG.
Chip no balik. Masha meeting ha.
GG.
Yo.
I have flash guys.
Ako aman. Ako mati. Sorry ta Masha.
Mati. GG. Boleh aman.
The next wave.
Save.
Okay, tahu ah.
Tower ah.
Boleh.
Tower.
Ram lang. Fine. Aman.
Aman guys. Aman.
Next wave.
Awan.
Next wave guys.